Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6.
Joanne Kogel, District 7.
Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large counselor.
Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council.
And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
11th City Council meeting. We've got a lot of business to cover today, so we'll get right to it. But before we do, we'll start as we always do, and that is by asking God's presence in this room as we deliberate the business of the city. So I'm going to ask to the podium my friend Reverend Emily Bell from Forgiving Heart United Church of Christ of Columbus. Welcome. If you can you turn that light on for me, Chris, please?
Let us enter whatever reverent position we have with our God. Holy One, while I know you as Father and Jesus, many of my brothers and sisters know you by many other names, but you are still the Holy One of all. We ask your guidance as our leaders seek to make wise decisions. May they be guided by the spirit of community, the spirit of justice, and the spirit of love. Help them not to ask, how do we fix this? But what do we need to learn, and how might we need to change? Remind them that they are not only leaders, but also servant leaders, and that it is their responsibility to serve the common good of all. Help us also to remember that no matter where we live, everyone, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, gay, straight, transgender, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Sikh, or atheist, we are all neighbors, and we are all part of this wonderful city. And we pray this in the name of the one each of us holds sacred and holy. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Bell, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right, if you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, first order of business was to approve the minutes from the March 28th. There's a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the 28th of March. Any edits or discussion? Counselor Tucker, is that to this? Okay. All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. We've got a couple of proclamations. The first one is Counselor Tucker, Keep Columbus Beautiful's mayor's inaugural golf tournament. That ought to be worth the price of admission just to watch the mayor make a idiot of himself. But anyway, Counselor Tucker.
Okay, I wanted to welcome the Keep Columbus Beautiful team up. They do amazing things in our city. All right. So the proclamation reads, whereas the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission has hosted an annual golf tournament fundraiser since 2007. And whereas the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission is renaming its annual golf tournament the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission Inaugural Mayor's Golf Tournament. And whereas the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission's mission is to engage individuals to take a greater responsibility for enhancing beautification, protecting our environment, and eliminating litter and blight. And whereas the proceeds from the golf tournament will help fund community outreach programs and events such as the annual Help the Hooch. And whereas the golf tournament will be held on April 17th at the beautiful Bull Creek Golf Course. And whereas the golf tournament will kick off the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission's Earth Week events, which will include a personal paper shred day on April 21st and a cleanup effort of the Bellwood neighborhood. Now therefore, Mayor Skip Henderson III of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Monday, April 17th, 2023, as KCBC Mayor's inaugural golf tournament.
Ms. Cutts?
Good morning. Thank you so much, and I want to say, Mayor, thank you for agreeing to be the face and the ambassador for our annual golf tournament and the renaming.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you, and I have with me today our chairperson this year for the golf tournament, Jason Cooper.
Mayor, City Council, we certainly appreciate y'all's involvement and support of the event. And I will say that the only way to see those photos of the golfing event, of any misgiving shots, is to be a part of it. So y'all, anybody looking to join us for a great day and to support a great cause, we welcome y'all. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Jason. Oz?
Okay. And these are some of our board members and our administrators.
Yeah, introduce yourself, everybody.
Hey, good morning. My name is Oz Roberts, and thank you so much for the support of this tournament.
Good morning. My name is Karen Hammond, and I am the assistant for Keep Columbus Beautiful.
Good morning. I'm Herman Lewis Jr. Thank you for your support for the inaugural Mayor's Golf Tournament. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Listen, I do want to thank the board, and of course, Lisa does an incredible job, and all kidding aside, you know, one of the things that all of us have noticed ever since the pandemic hit is the increased amount of litter that we see in our roadways, and it detracts from the beauty of our city. So it truly was an honor to be able to provide any help that I can to this group to try to continue to further those efforts. And I'll tell you, it's not too late to put in a team. You can call Lisa Cutts or reach out to one of the board members or call my office. We'll get you signed up. It's going to be a day of fun. That's going to really be a productive opportunity for our community as well. Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, I just want to, I don't want to steal from the moment, but want to take this opportunity first to commend and congratulate Keep Columbus Beautiful for this idea of an inaugural Mayor's Golf Tournament, and we look forward to seeing your golf game.
It'll be on full display.
But I did, Mayor, you made the point that since the pandemic, we've witnessed increased litter in roadways, and I want to add to the increased litter, we've witnessed increased dumping in areas of our community. And Keep Columbus Beautiful and the team do a great job in what they do, but they need all of us to assist them in discouraging those who were littering and dumping. And I wanted to take this just a quick moment to highlight that a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, my sister witnessed dumping, and she was bold enough to pull up where they were dumping on Matilda Lane at Isaac Drive. Of course, we know that's a regular area, and she asked them, please don't dump in my neighborhood. And one of the guys in the truck, he stepped aside because she started videoing and taking photos. And the other guy just blew her off and said, don't pay her any attention. Well, she kept taking pictures. She texted those pictures, those photos to me. I texted those photos to our team, Ryan Pruitt and the team, and I directed them to go and get them. because she did take a photo of the tag number. And our team went out and got them. And they are going to court on the 19th. My sister is going as a witness, and I'm going to be standing there with her as city manager of Columbus, Georgia, to urge the judge to apply the maximum penalty. I'm saying this because I want it to be an example to others that take photos and be willing to go to court. And we can stop some of the illegal dumping. But this team, Keep Columbus Beautiful, doing a great job. I've even asked our deputy city manager to establish a hotline, much like the police department, where if you call in and report and we can convict those who we catch dumping, that you get a reward. But we got to get serious about keeping Columbus beautiful, keeping Georgia beautiful, and sending those to jail or fine them when they violate our community, Mayor. So I just wanted to commend them on their work and thank them and urge others to do what I'm going to do on the 19th when I go to court.
Very good. Lisa, anything?
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. And we really need everybody in and all hands on deck because Columbus is a beautiful city and we want to get it back into its natural, beautiful state. That's why during, as the mayor read the proclamation, we're hosting our Earth Week celebration. Anybody can help. It doesn't matter what your status is, your economic, race. You can start with small steps at home, even using a recyclable cup, you can help. We're hosting a cleanup effort the week of Earth Week in Bellwood community, and we're asking you can still have time to volunteer for that effort. We have a shred day, get rid of illegal, I mean not illegal, but important security documents that you don't want to throw in the trash can. So there's a lot of ways that you can help pitch in. If you want to sponsor a community cleanup in your neighborhood, just call us, we can assist. So we just need help right now because it's very important to keep Columbus beautiful and to get it back into its natural, beautiful state.
And note the cleanup on Bellwood is the 22nd, right?
22nd, on Saturday the 22nd. If you want any additional information about how you can assist in being a good steward of this environment in your community, give us a call, 706-225-4008, or visit us on our website or our social media platforms.
Terrific. If y'all would come by, let us thank you, and we'll give you your proclamation.
I'm gonna let you distribute that. Jason, thanks. Irvin. You playing? Oh, man.
Our next proclamation is going to be read by Councilor Tucker, and it's in recognition of the Teacher of the Year, but I also want to welcome David Lewis, Thomas, I'm sorry, what did I say? Nothing? I'm sorry. Tucker? Okay, Councilor Thomas. But I did want to welcome Superintendent Lewis here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each year, the Muskogee Educational Excellence Foundation recognizes the Teachers of the Year in the Muskogee County School District. This is an organization that was established by former Superintendent Dr. Jim Bunton, and its purpose is to recognize and reward outstanding teachers. The way this works is that each school in the district, the faculty selects a member of their faculty to be their Teacher of the Year. And those teachers fill out forms and all that kind of stuff. And we come up then with the top 10. And out of the top 10, we get the Teacher of the Year. And it's my pleasure and honor this morning to read the proclamation for this year's Teacher of the Year. Ms. Ellis, will you come to the platform? Dr. Lewis, you want to come with her? She doesn't need you to hold her hand, but you can if you go. Ms. Ellis, I'm honored to read this into the record. Whereas Vanessa Ellis is an 8th grade social studies teacher at Veterans Memorial Middle School and currently serves as the department chair for social studies, the Columbus State University liaison for student teachers, and a teacher mentor lead. And whereas Vanessa Ellis is a product of the Muskogee County School District, a proud graduate of Jordan Vocational High School, and has a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Education degree from Columbus State University. And whereas Vanessa Ellis also serves on the Georgia Public Broadcasting Teacher Advisory Group and the Springer Theater Academy Education Committee, and is a 2018 Harvard Fellow. And whereas because of this amazing service to her students and her school, Vanessa was named Muskogee County School District Teacher of the Year by the Muskogee Educational Excellence Foundation in May of 2022. And whereas Vanessa represents Columbus so well, she has been named one of the 2023 Georgia Top 10 Teachers of the Year. And whereas the Columbus City Council recognizes the value of our community's exceptional teachers, how they make a difference in the lives of our children, and how well they serve our school district and our community as incredible citizens. Now therefore, Skip Henderson, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, April the 11th, 2023 as Vanessa Ellis Day. Congratulations.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Good morning, Mayor Henderson, members of the Columbus City Council, and citizens of Columbus, Georgia. Again, my name is Vanessa Ellis. I'm an 8th grade Georgia Studies teacher at Veterans Memorial Middle School. Go Rangers. And I'm the Teacher of the Year for Muskogee County School District. And like Ms. Thomas said, I've recently been named a finalist for the Georgia Teacher of the Year. Thank you all so much for having me this morning. It is an absolute pleasure to speak with you all. The Teacher of the Year program for Muskogee County is run by the Muskogee Educational Excellence Foundation, more commonly called MEAF, a nonprofit organization whose sole mission it is to recognize and reward outstanding teachers in our school district. To reach its mission, MEAF has raised millions of dollars to sponsor the Harvard Fellows Program, the Teacher of the Year Gala, and professional development opportunities to support teachers. MEAF's passion for public education and supporting teachers is infinite. They are boots on the ground, putting in work to make sure teachers in Muskogee County receive the recognition and support they've earned. I know we have past MEAF chair and longtime supporter of MEAF, Judy Thomas, on the City Council. Thank you so much for being an advocate for teachers and for public education. I want to take a minute to share with you guys about why I believe in public education and why I'm so incredibly proud to be a teacher in our school district. Muskogee County is the second largest employer in Columbus behind Fort Benning and above TSYS and Aflac. We have about 5,500 employees serving 37,757 students across 54 schools. More than 92% of all school-aged children in Muskogee County attend our public schools. What an awesome responsibility teachers have in empowering students to achieve success and reach their unlimited potential. I believe in public education because I am a product of it. Growing up as a low-income student, I was a beneficiary of all that our public schools had to offer. Bus transportation got me to and from school each day. I ate free school lunch meals for breakfast and lunch. I received preventative health screenings at school. I took art and music classes, which culturally enriched my life. I went on field trips that showed me an entire world beyond my neighborhood and educational outreach programs that brought the community into my classroom. I joined extracurricular activities like marching band and cheerleading that fostered team building and enhanced the spirit, climate, and culture at my schools. And because I had amazing teachers who believed in me, challenged me, and mentored me, I was salutatorian of my graduating class at Jordan Vocational High School. Talk about developing the whole child. I went on to teach in the school system that raised me, teach alongside educators who taught me, marry a fellow educator, and now our children attend MCSD schools. I've gone from experiencing the power of public education as a student to witnessing it every day as a teacher and as a parent. For some, school propels them on a clearly defined path already laid out for them. But for our most vulnerable, public school is literally their savior, like it was for me. City Council members, I ask that you continue to support public school education by supporting the Muskogee County School District, advocating for teachers, and speaking life into our profession, and investing in community programs that support the development of the whole child. The students and teachers of our school district are counting on you. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, don't walk away yet. Dr. Lewis?
I just simply wanted to say, I think it's clear to see why she is such a tremendous ambassador, not only for public education, Muskogee County School District, but for the entire city of Columbus. She's a great ambassador, and she'll be interviewing for the top 10 Teacher of the Year to become the top Teacher of the Year this coming Monday, so we wish her all the best. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Henderson and all the City Council for this recognition, not only of Ms. Ellis, but of public education and all the great teachers we have in our system. I think she'd be the first to tell you she is just one of many tremendous and outstanding teachers we have in our system, and I'm just so very proud of her, and thank you again for the opportunity to recognize her at this at the meeting this morning.
Well, Ms. Ellis, we want to say again, congratulations on your wide range of recognitions. They're all incredibly well-deserved, we can tell. You're actually, I think we all consider you to be a hero among heroes, and we thank you for what you have done and what you continue to do. We do have a copy of the proclamation.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to say, rumor has it, well, since 2009, there have been 5 Muskogee County District teachers who have been in the top 10 running for the State Teacher of the Year. In the last 5 years, there have been 3. Rumor has it that Miss Ellis is going to be the next one. And if you paid attention to what she said, you can certainly understand that designation. We are so proud of you and all you have done. My niece happens to go to Veterans, and she said, "Oh, yes, I know Miss Ellis." So congratulations, and we'll have our fingers crossed on Monday that the rest of the state sees what a wonderful teacher you are. Thank you for your service.
A little insider trading there, so if you want to lay some money on her being in the top 3. Congratulations again. Come around and let us thank you. All right, next is Fair Housing Month with Councilor Crabb. Councilor?
You coming up here, Rob? Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas the Columbus Consolidated Government committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, and whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities, And whereas today marks 55 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunities are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim April 2023 as Fair Housing Month.
Rob?
Thank you so much for having us today. April is Fair Housing Month, and today actually marks the 55th year since the legislation was passed. I would like to take a second to introduce a member of my team.
Hi, I'm Emma Kimbrell, and I'm the planner for the Community Reinvestment Department.
Emma and I and our department have worked hard. Every day we work to affirmatively further fair housing. And so this month, being Fair Housing Month, we'd like to introduce two opportunities. On April 26th, we partner with TBG Residential Services to provide a fair housing seminar right here in council chambers from 4 to 6 p.m. Where we're going to discuss things like the history of fair housing, tenants' rights, as well as discuss and share local resources that may be available to those. And then the following day, we partnered with the Housing Authority to host another fair housing event that's geared towards landlords. It'll be in a community room here in the Citizen Service Center from 1 to 5 p.m. And we're going to discuss things like the history of fair housing, landlord responsibility, and discriminatory housing practices and how to prevent it from happening here in our community. So we'd like to say thank you so much for recognizing that this month is Fair Housing Month and being committed to furthering fair housing here locally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you would come around and let us thank you, and I've got a proclamation to give to you.
Thanks, sir. Good to give you a bunch of them, so you have enough for everybody. Good to see you. Okay, I'll mention the public safety one, if you want to mention the other. I was going to do it right now.
All right, while we're acknowledging some of the folks that do great things in and around our communities, Councilor Tucker and I were talking about a couple of other events. One I'll mention is the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, which is from the 9th through the 15th. These are our 911 folks. And I'm telling you, we talk about first responders, they are the first responder. Because if they don't handle those calls and if they don't prioritize them and they don't get them through to the officers to start the call, it slows the whole thing down. They do a fantastic job. If you know anybody that's in that profession, thank them for what they do this week. Councilor Tucker?
And the next one is actually National Animal Care Control Officer Appreciation Week, something that we get a lot of calls about as counselors, but we want to recognize our animal care control officers. And since we will not be here, we also, next week is National Volunteer Appreciation Week. So thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We do have one more resolution to offer up. It is to gain the authorization of council for acceptance of donations in support of the Mayor's Commission for Unity, Diversity, and Prosperity's Black Historical Monument Project. Motion and second to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Very good. That's it. And that completes my agenda. Mr. City Attorney? You hit your button? There you go.
Yeah, Mayor, I do see Ms. Elamine, if she wants to speak on this ordinance or the next one before they vote.
Yes.
That'd be up to council.
Yeah, we had quite a crowd, I think, at the last meeting, and there were some people who wished to speak on the first readings that we had who were not able to gain entrance into the chambers. So if anybody who is here who was kind of locked outside for a little while that wishes to speak to those first readings from last week, we will offer them an opportunity. I think Ms. Elamine wanted to speak to item 1. Ms. Elamine, you can come forward, ma'am.
While she's coming, this item will limit the number of coin-operated amusement machines in any location to 6, and that is the smallest number we can put a limit on under state law.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and City Attorney, it was actually the employee personnel relations ordinance that was due to be voted today that I was most interested in. I don't know much about those coin-operated things, but it seems that there was no definite date for those to be voted. But what struck me about the personnel relations ordinance is it was due to be voted today and to go into effect today.
You can
And
speak
I
to
thought
that one today.
is that on now?
You can go ahead, we'll just take that.
And just
one first, since she's
stand
up.
by and we'll get a vote on item 1, and then she can speak on item 2.
All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
Motion second to
Let's
approve
do it in
item 1.
order.
Motion
Let's
second
do it
to
in
approve
order.
item 1. Any discussion? Hearing none, if you would register your votes, you can cue it. All right, that passes. Thank you.
Okay, item 2, this is a vote on a housekeeping measure that would align the pay plan with our existing ordinances for promotion, demotion, and transfers. But we've got Ms. Elamine who wants to speak, and then Ms. Hollowell may be here. I don't know if she wants to comment, but we'll see.
Mr. City Attorney, I would appreciate it if Ms. Hollowell could make her presentation, because what I did yesterday was I went to the library and found what the current articles are on that. And quite frankly, I would like a little bit more education before I speak to the ordinance that you're proposing, because there are quite a few changes. And I didn't get a chance to call Ms. Hollowell, and I would appreciate it if she can explain why there are so many changes to the existing articles. Because it's Article 3 and Article 7. There are 2 articles that deal with promotions, transfers, demotions, and with the pay plan. So if she could make her presentation before I speak, I would appreciate it, Mr. City Attorney.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway.
Got a request.
Mayor, she will summarize what she presented.
Yeah, I
at the
think
last
that's
meeting.
fair. She can, if Ms. Hollowell, if you just kind of briefly go through the presentation you made last
Yeah,
meeting.
but I'm so sorry, and you did such a great job, Ms. Holloway. Thank you.
Good morning. This particular ordinance speaks specifically to interdepartmental transfers. The promotions and demotions ordinances have already been adopted as a part of the new pay plan. So this is a interdepartmental transfer ordinance which goes with the promotions and demotions ordinance so that they can be in sync and that they can work together. So that's the purpose of the interdepartmental transfer ordinance. Ms. Elamine spoke to Articles 3. Article 3 relates to the pay plan ordinance, and Article 7 relates to promotions, transfers, and demotions. And the reason for that cleanup is so that any of the old pay plan ordinances that were in place would not conflict with these newly adopted ordinances with the pay plan. So those are just cleanup. But basically, the interdepartmental transfer ordinance at a very, very high level. It outlines how an employee in general government as well as public safety transfers from one department to another. It outlines what happens when that employee transfers. Basically, if you're transferred and it's at a higher pay grade, you had advanced 6 steps, which equates to about 6% pay increase. If you transfer and it's a lateral transfer or it's a pay grade lesser, then that employee starts at the step 1 of the pay grade that they are transferring to. However, based on their years of service, they may be moved out on the pay scale up to 6 steps. That is a gist of it. It also, the very last of the ordinance also allows for Section 16B, Section 7 pertains to a probationary period, which we have not had in place. Basically, it says that employees are not going to be eligible for a transfer or to be promoted to another department until they have completed their probationary period. So that's, employees are not eligible to transfer or be promoted to another department until they've completed their probationary period. So that's it in summary.
Thank you, Ms. Solo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate you opening up the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
For the citizens, people should be aware that when there's a first reading, it's an automatic public hearing, and any citizen should be allowed to come before this body and speak on the issue of the first reading. The deputies did not understand that on March 28th, and when I saw these items on the agenda, I was trying to get in the room before the city attorney completed his agenda, but they kept saying, it's not your time yet on the public agenda. They did not understand. So I think it's important for the deputies to understand, if it should ever come up again, that the first readings are automatic public hearings. And I do speak from time to time on these first readings because I do know that it's an automatic public hearing. And in terms of what Ms. Hollowell described, there's also about intra-departmental transfers. So this ordinance is quite comprehensive. And my concern is how many of the employees had input into this. It's good that she brought up the probation because as an employee representative and union representative, these are issues that really are very important to whether or not employees keep their jobs and are paid properly. And as we know, an employee recently lost his job under some rather strange circumstances. So that's why this is particularly important, because if an employee is willing to accept a demotion and stay within the employ of an agency or government, it's important. So this is just not some cleanup thing. This is a lot more than a cleanup thing because it will directly impact quite a few employees. And I would like to think that those employees will stand up for themselves and understand the changes in these articles and determine how it might impact them as employees. I do have a rule, never do for people what they can do for themselves. And I think employees have to start standing up for themselves, whether they're in public safety or in other departments, because these ordinances that come before this body that are voted and go into force, people should know that it impacts their lives. But one question, how long is the probationary period? Ms. Hollowell didn't mention that, and I would appreciate knowing that, since she sounded like this was something kind of new, because if employees can't do anything during their probationary period, which is customary, it's customary, but I'd just like to know how long are employees on probation. And then I'll take my seat. I think I made my point. Employees need to stand up for themselves on these type ordinances that are a lot. It's a lot in here. Intra-department, inter-department, promotions, demotions, transfers. It's a lot. And the pay plan. So could you explain the probationary period, Ms. Hollowell? I would appreciate knowing how long employees are on probation. Thank you so much, Ms. Hollowell. You do a great job. I really appreciate your human resources and spirit.
For general government employees, probation is 6 months. And for public safety employees, probation is 18 months.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hollowell. If there are no other questions around the table, it is ready for a vote.
Counselor Thomas.
Ms. Hollowell, if you will. There are a number of, I have a number of questions about this proposal. Can you give us a general idea of how many employees are typically, I say maybe in a year's time, promoted or demoted and/or transferred to another department or interdepartmental? About how many employees does this affect?
Well, the policy affects all employees. It impacts all employees with the city. If you are a general government employee or a public safety employee, it impacts all employees. But in terms of how many employees transfer, how many employees are promoted, how many employees are demoted, I don't have that information for you. We do have quite a few promotions, quite a few transfers, very few demotions. But I'd have to get a number for you. I'd hate to guesstimate because I'm not sure.
Okay. So the number of employees who are promoted within the department, interdepartmental promotions, you don't have an idea of
no.
That number, say, for a year? Are there 10, are there 25, are there 140? You know, I mean.
Intra-departmental transfers versus interdepartmental transfers. It happens quite frequently, but to say how many there would be for a year, it would be less than 100 for sure.
Okay.
For a year. I would say it would be less than 100, but I'd hate to say exactly how many.
One other question that I have, would you explain again the moving an employee to step 1 on the pay scale? Go through that process again, if you would. A person who is promoted, transferred, whatever.
Sure. And it's a little different for general government and public safety, but.
Could you talk just a little louder?
I'm sorry. For general government and for public safety, for someone who is just transferred from one department to another, is that the question?
If I transfer from one department to another, how is it determined? Do I start on step 1 or do I start on step 4 or step 6? Or that's the part I'm looking for.
Okay. If you transfer, and it's a little different again, well, with general government and public safety. If you
Well, let's do general government first.
If you transfer from one department to another, and it is a pay grade higher than the grade that you're currently in, then that person is going to advance 6 steps in their current grade.
Whether or not that 6 steps hits that number? Would it hit that number?
Well, the way the pay plan will work, the way the pay scale works, again, when you transfer, you're gonna advance 6 steps in your current grade. Then you're slotted in your new grade at the nearest pay, at the nearest step, whatever that pay is. You're slotted there in your new grade in your new department. So that's if you receive, if the pay grade that you're going to is higher than the pay grade that you're currently in. Now, if you are simply, if it's a lateral transfer, or if it's for a pay grade lower than the grade that you're currently in, when you go to that next department, you're gonna start at step 1 of that grade that you're going to. But if you start at entry level or step 1, but based on your years of service, you could advance further out on the pay scale up to 6 steps.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Suppose I'm an employee of the Columbus Police Department, and I move to the Sheriff's Department. Do I quit my job in the police department and then have to be rehired by the sheriff, or is that considered a transfer?
That is considered a transfer.
For salary purposes?
Yes.
So if I move from one public service department to another, my salary should remain the same?
No, it's based on the transfer policy. Again, if you're in the police department and you transfer to the sheriff's department, and the pay grade that you're transferring to is a higher pay grade, then that person would automatically move out 6 steps in their current grade, and then they're slotted in the new position that they're going to. If that same police officer transfers from the police department to the sheriff's office, and it is of the same grade or is a lower grade, then they move to that position in the sheriff's office at step 1. But based on their years of service, they may move out up to 6 steps in grade.
So do I understand this correctly, that there are 2 issues here, whether or not the pay is higher or lower? That will make a difference in where you go in on the schedule?
Yes.
I'm not sure that I understand that completely.
Yes, if the pay grade that they're going to is higher or lower, yes, it does make a difference in their pay.
Typically, would you say, the police officer that moves into the sheriff's department is a lateral move? Without going up or down on salary?
It could be. It could be. It just depends. It could be if he's going from a police officer to a deputy. That's the same pay grade in each department.
Okay.
But typically, again, because it's the same pay grade, the way this ordinance works, they would actually start at the beginning of that step over in the sheriff's office. But based on their years of service, they may move up 6 steps in grade.
I think we've got a couple of counselors in queue. Counselor Thomas, are you finished?
I think so for right now.
Okay. All right, well, Counselor Tucker yields to Counselor Crabb.
I just wanted to get some clarification. What you're describing right now, is that what's in this second reading, or is that what's happening right now?
What I'm describing is what's in this ordinance right now that is being proposed.
So give us, compare what's happening now
to what is happening if this ordinance is accepted? Answer Counselor Thomas's questions based on now. Say this did not get passed. So answer those questions with what is currently happening, please.
Well, this is one of them.
Use the pay scale. Mayor, if I may?
Yep.
I'm going to ask her to, we've got a booklet, I don't know if you can see it though.
Holy smokes.
Well, I'm not
No,
trying
I
to
know.
get you to see this entire thing is one line, okay? Just to show if, in other words, what she said, if you go from a 114 to a 116, you would go out 6 steps and then you would find your place in the 116 at that step. I'm not trying to get you to see this entire chart, okay? Just 2 lines, just to be clear. So I don't know, Retha, it's difficult to see. I don't know if you can.
Sure. If, for example, the average employee starts out at step 1 and they are going to another department at a higher grade, they start at that step 1, you count out 6 steps, and that's going to be their new pay. You slot them in their new grade, in their new position, that's going to be their new pay.
That's what's happening right now.
No, that's what is being proposed in this ordinance.
My question was what's happening right now?
Well, that's part of why this ordinance is being brought forward, because it's in a flux right now. We were able to rely, when we had the UGA pay plan, we had the promotions, demotions, and transfer ordinance there. And we were able to rely on those to transfer employees from one department to another. But because those ordinances no longer exist, the promotions and demotions, it threw the transfer ordinance off as well. That's why this ordinance is being brought forth. Now, typically, even in the UGA pay plan, what I'm describing would happen in a similar fashion, with the exception of allowing folks to move out on the pay scale further based on their years of service. Because even though you are an employee in the police department, and let's say you go to the sheriff's department, we call it a interdepartmental transfer, but for all intents and purposes, when that person goes over to the sheriff's office, they are a new hire over there, for all intents and purposes. And if you are a new hire, you start at step 1. You start at the entry level of the pay. So that's basically what this is saying. You start at the entry level of the pay, with the exception, though, because you have years of service, and it's recognized that you have years of service, so you get credit for your years of service. So it's trying to make up for your not being treated like a new employee by giving you credit for years of service.
Councilor Crabb, you done? Okay, Councilor Tucker.
I wanted to thank Ms. Teresa Elamine. She has a lot of wisdom. It is a lot in this ordinance. It's a lot. And right now, I make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
There's a motion second to postpone it. What does that do to the?
Well, it leaves us in a flux. It leaves us without good direction in terms of how to transfer an employee from one department to another. It leaves us in a flux without being able to rely on an ordinance that tells us this is how you do a promotion, this is how it works. We know how a promotion works, we know how a demotion works, but we don't have very clear guidance on how transfer works.
So we just implemented the pay plan after a pay study to try to create something that employees could count on. And it just sounds to me like if this doesn't fit in with that, that we're gonna end up in the same situation. So there's a motion and a second. Counselor Thomas. Ms. Elliman, you've had your opportunity to speak to it. We don't allow people to come back and speak again. I'm sorry.
Well, the only question I was gonna
Well,
ask,
Ms. Elliman,
people will be on probation, if they are transferred under the
Ms. Elliman, thank you, ma'am.
described.
Counselor Thomas.
Let's protect.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Tucker's motion is to postpone indefinitely. I still have a lot of questions that I would like to talk to Ms. Hollowell about how all of this is going to work.
Would you like
And
to table it?
I'm fairly knowledgeable about how salary schedules work and so forth. But I would like for us to postpone this until some of these questions can be answered. I want us to do this right the first time. And as it currently is, I would vote no against this resolution, just because there are some issues that I would like to have clarified. So I would encourage my fellow councilors to support the motion to postpone until we can have some more conversation about this. This is a very important issue for our employees, and I know that they would prefer that we had gotten this settled, 3 years ago. But we want to make sure that we get it right, and so I would support Councilor Tucker's motion to postpone until we can have some more information.
Okay. All right, there is a motion and a second to postpone indefinitely. Any other conversation or comments? Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
And postpone indefinitely means something different than postponing until the next council meeting. And I think we can get the questions answered in the next council meeting. And I would ask the counselor if you would amend it to that, and then I would support it.
Mr. Hughley?
I'll amend it, but I'm sure it's gonna probably change, like the ordinance, the language that's in the ordinance and exactly what,
Well, I was talking about amending your motion. Okay, all right. Mike,
City Manager.
Well, and Mayor, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's approach to try and bring this back maybe at the next meeting. And if council members have specific questions, if they would share them, and then we can make sure that, Mayor, I can't, you talking to me?
Hey, well, let's let, well,
ordinance, but a conversation, so we can talk about it, not on a reading.
okay. Well,
Mayor, we'll do whatever you want done.
but the easiest way would be for
but-
them to submit questions, anything that is still outstanding, and then let the staff answer those questions, and we'll be able to bring it back at the next meeting. And if then it resolves it, then council might want to revisit the ordinance.
And in the meantime, we'll try and figure out how, if someone desires to transfer tomorrow, we can either put it on hold or figure out how to transfer them and.
Or transfer them under the current policy.
That's all you can do.
We'll figure
We'll
something
work it
out. And
All right.
then, if we have to go back and fix it, once we finalize the ordinance, then we will go back and fix it at that time. But I just wanted to make sure that it's not, quote, indefinitely, because there has to be a transfer policy.
Gotcha. Counselor Tucker?
No, I agree with you, Mayor, but I don't think it needs to be on, the city attorney's agenda next council meeting. I think give it some time, and then once we're ready and we get a ordinance, just like the coin operating it or anything that we work on, let us work on the ordinance and then bring it back when we're ready to bring it back.
We'll bring, if everybody would submit those questions, that would expedite it. We can
And
go
we'll,
ahead
we'll,
and see it.
we'll let, the city attorney know when we wanted to put it back on the, city attorney's agenda.
We need to bring it back as soon as we can, whether it's 2 weeks or 4 weeks. because they have worked on this for months, personnel, our office, other department heads. And you're gonna delay the people getting 15 years of service credit, in some cases, up to 6 steps. You're gonna possibly delay that the longer you delay this, and that's all I'll say. It's okay to delay it, but I think it needs to move forward.
All right, Counselor Thomas?
I don't think anybody is saying it shouldn't move forward. What I think we are saying is, you may have been working on this for several months, but 2 weeks ago was the first time we had heard anything about this. And I don't want to have our specific questions submitted to the city manager or the attorney and have them answer me. I want them to answer my questions so that my colleagues will know what the answers are, and so that I'll know what the answers to Councilor Tucker's questions are, and so forth. I want us to have a discussion. I want you to give us time to make sure that we understand what's in the proposed policy. It may be that I call you and ask you what that means, but I think we need to have some kind of a conversation around the table so that everybody's clear on what happens. And as I said, I know that our employees want us to do it quickly, but they also want us to do it correctly. And so that's why and by postponing it indefinitely does not mean it'll never come back. It means it'll come back whenever it's brought back by the council. So again, I urge my fellow councilors to vote to postpone this until we can get some answers.
And I agree with you. I think that was the intent, was to get those questions in and not just to answer back to the individual council, but to bring those out and address them in the public. So we will do that. Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, I want to have a little conversation with you. Is it that simple that it just seems like it's just a little confusing to a few or a lot of us? Or we used to have the old pay plan. You used the word, did you use the word flux? Caught in a flux? Is that the word you used? Okay. We've changed to a new pay plan. We used to have an old style of how we paid. Is it that simple that the policy we're dealing with now and the change did not match up to the old pay plan? Now we're on a new pay plan that we've adopted, and the policy you're presenting to us is trying to make changes with the new pay to match up with the new pay plan that's on the table. Is it that simple, or are we truly changing the policy for some other purpose? And then you and I had the conversation at the last meeting about constitutional officers, which I think we all agreed that they still, regardless, they still make decisions within their budget, whether the budget's amended or not, but they still make decisions. Therefore, some of this stuff did not really apply. Even though it was still, we're looking at changing a government policy. Is it that simple? Or, and I'm sure those are the questions that people are asking, but, that's what's going through my mind right now.
Yeah, well, I believe it's that simple. But the HR director worked on this with our legal department. And when they were able to, I guess, did you want to?
I can share
Well,
to the point.
Well, I'll let you do that, but I just want to let them know that you worked with the legal department. The legal department, you agreed on a document, then you sent it to all of the department heads and elected officials, and then you got feedback from them. And after you clear up any questions with them, is when you brought it forward. And so that's where we are. And you can respond to, is it as simple as transporting it from what we had in the old plan to the new?
It is really just that simple.
I think it's just.
And it's making it more clear. It's trying to make it more clear, because unfortunately, it might be debatable. In the UGA pay plan, there may have been some discrepancy, but in terms of how a transfer would work, but this only makes it more clear of how a transfer works, how it should work, how it would have even worked in the UGA pay plan when we had it. It just makes it more clear, and it makes it advantageous to the employees. This is absolutely not something.
Compared to the UGA?
Yes, because it's there was some discretion, I would say, perhaps discretion
Mayor, could-
that we didn't have, that makes it more clear now.
Aretha, if you'd let me, I apologize. When you say the UGA plan, are you meaning so people will realize, that's the old plan?
Yes.
That's
thank
what we
you.
used to pay under, okay,
Yes.
okay, okay, thank you.
So
I'm
this
sorry.
is, in your opinion, it's better than that plan?
Yes.
And so what we need to do is just answer questions and communicate how it's better, I think, than the old plan. And like you said, Mayor, if we get the questions, it wasn't the intent to respond directly back to counselors, but when we come, we'll say, hey, you know, here's question one. We don't even have to say which council, but, you know, and then answer that question and then have the discussion. And then try and at least show how it's better than what we had. It's fair, I believe you were saying.
Yes.
And the attorneys have worked on it, and the departments have heard it, and so you believe it's better.
Yes, at least it's more clear of how it will work.
I'm sorry.
And perhaps no fault of anybody, but it does come across as complicated. And it's just not connecting the dots. But what I hear you saying is that because of this new pay plan, we're having to change things a little bit to get out of the flux. It's not some major change all of a sudden we're putting on the table.
That's right.
To change a policy in government that's gonna affect a lot of employees.
Right.
And, you know, that's what I want to talk about, but I'm going to support the motion because I do think that there's still some concerns and they do need to be addressed. And hopefully, you know, we can get to that point with city manager.
Well, and I'm finding, I think the motion, it needs to be postponed because for those who are here in this audience and watching by television for the next 3 weeks, 3 times a day, if they were not confused, they're confused now.
Okay.
Well, and I think it's important, it's significantly important too, that council has a good understanding of what this does, because when those people are watching, ask them, they need to be able to articulate. So I think the questions are a good thing, and we'll expedite that, and then council will have an opportunity, any individual counselor can bring it back on the city attorney's agenda. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I just want to try to simplify it further. We had an old pay plan last year. We implemented a new pay plan. We had an old transfer policy that we didn't upgrade. And what you've brought to us now is a new transfer policy to work with the new pay plan that we implemented. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and this really is to the employee benefit.
Absolutely, it is.
I mean, it's really to the employee's benefit. I mean, it's overwhelming to me how far they can go out on the pay plan. I mean, this is a good deal for them. I'd like to get the questions answered, but and delaying indefinitely is just not, to me, delay it 30 days. I mean, it just indefinitely means forever.
Councilor
Thank you.
Crabb, thank you.
So why when you guys hired someone to consult on this new pay plan and you were ready to implement it, why is this coming up now? Why wasn't this addressed with the pay plan?
One of the things I told council when we adopted the new pay plan, I said, we are trying to make sure that we include as many of the related ordinances to the pay plan. We're gonna include them, as many as we can in here to get this moving. But I also put forth that there were other related ordinances that we would be bringing back to council, that these are cleanup ordinances that were a part of the old pay plan that we would need to bring back. And I will tell you, there are at least one more that I've been working on that was a part of the old pay plan. It needs to be updated as well because it doesn't go with this new pay plan. So as to the best of my ability, I am cleaning them up as quickly as I possibly can, and I'm hoping I'm next to the last one that I'll need to bring back. But the pay plan in and of itself, the adoption of the pay plan, was truly a heavy lift for us, just to try to get the pay plan itself approved by council. And then the other related ordinances that go with it, we put as many of those as we could. A lot of them had to do, if you recall, the promotion and demotions ordinance. We had a conversation about that. The education incentive, we had a conversation about that. And several other things that we've had conversations about that we've tried to move forward and make sure that they went along with this pay plan. We were not able to get 100% of those all in one ordinance at the same time. It was just too many other things going on trying to get the pay plan adopted. So we were not able to 100% get all of those in. So I apologize that I'm bringing these additional ones, but I'm hoping that council approves this transfer one. I know that there's at least one other one that I need to bring. And I'll bring that one, and hopefully it will not be controversial. And you'll be able to, and I'll try to make sure that it's clear as possible so that we all understand what I'm bringing and council will approve it. But that's where we are with it. I was not able to do it all at the time that the pay plan was adopted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fay, was there not language in the pay plan that anything that it canceled out other ordinances that did not match this pay plan? I don't know exactly how you.
Yeah, only if there was something in direct conflict with the new pay plan, that would have been canceled out. But these things still left to be addressed, the things like the inter-department transfers, because the pay plan was silent on that. And that's what she's trying to harmonize, the old provisions of the code dealing with transfers, making it align with the new pay plan. So unless something was in direct conflict, it's still on the books and we're still trying to address it.
So this isn't in direct conflict?
Well, the transfer policies on the books are not as clear as this is that's proposed. I can tell you that for sure. There's no credit for years of service, anything like that.
Okay.
These formulas on page 2 and 3 here will benefit employees, but y'all call Ms. Hollowell, get with her and get any questions asked as soon as you can, answered as soon as you can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to delay indefinitely. Did you want to amend your motion or leave it as is?
Well, I mean, I thought it was amended to delay it until council is through asking their questions with Ms. Hollowell.
All right,
Okay.
so it's amended to until council is satisfied with the questions that are responded to by Ms. Hollowell?
Who made that motion?
I did,
That's what Counselor here, Allen, wants to take indefinite out, but
you want to hit your light and I'll get you.
That one voted on.
You can amend it. You can
Right.
formally amend it if you want to.
But the thing is, even if we, what language?
Until we're satisfied?
Right, but even with indefinitely, you still can bring it back.
All right, there's a motion, the only motion I've heard, there's a motion and a second to table it indefinitely. Any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Clerk will-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All opposed? Any opposed? Okay, you got, okay, it passes. It'll be delayed indefinitely.
And Mr. Mayor, if I, may I?
I wanted to, add something. One of the things that I would like, the policy to address, when you say department, but you also include office, that means you're including our constitutional officers, and it could possibly set us up for a lawsuit, or some other issues. And we know that our constitutional officers are the clerk of Superior Court, our probate judge, the sheriff, the office of sheriff, and the tax commissioner. And that's one of the reasons why, because we can't include them when we're talking about transfer. We really need to sit down and have the sheriff involved, and I feel like the tax commissioner and even all the constitutional officers, they need to be involved, and we really need to take what they say at face value and listen to them. Listen to them in reference to this policy, because it not only affects our general government, but it also affects public safety. And I know that we talked to the sheriff, and we kept saying constitutional officer, but it was the sheriff that was spoken to, and he had some concerns about this, and we need to listen to the sheriff. We need to listen to everybody. Everybody's voice matters, and we need to come up with a good policy and not just kind of haphazardly put something together. And it would have been good for us as counselors to see what the original policy was, and also what the new policy is, to see what was changed, and give people a little more time to digest all this information, instead of just giving us a small amount of time to, decide on a big major policy for our employees.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just a couple of points, and of course, it wasn't haphazardly put together, just to be clear, and our professional HR director got with the legal department, and I know Lucy worked on it with HR for some time. Now, I mean, it's a legal question for the city attorney, because the sheriff and constitutional officers employ, their employees are in the pension plan.
They're also in the merit system, which these are merit system
Exactly.
rules.
And so when we deal with constitutional officers and they have merit system pension employees, those employees cannot be treated differently than employees who are not under constitutional officers. But Mr. City Attorney, I'm gonna leave the legal stuff to you, and because there are employment laws and all of that stuff that I'm not familiar with, but the thing that and so I'll leave that there. But I did want to say, for employees who are listening, and I hope they heard the city attorney and others when they said the transfer policy and so forth, the HR director and the attorney's office believe it's better than what we have had under the UGA pay plan. And so I want them to not think that it's not better, but it's better, and I know council members will fix it. But in the meantime, I don't think you want to hold up any employee transferring from one department to another. And so we can let them transfer and place them, and then once the policy is adopted, we may have to go back and fix it if it requires it. In other words, if they are getting paid, should be getting paid under this new pay plan based on longevity, years of service, and the transfer policy that we use under UGA does not allow for years in service, then once we finalize it, and if you agree, then we're gonna owe them some money, because this is a better deal for them than the old plan. we're just delaying the implementation of what's better for them. And so we're not, I don't intend to stop transfers, Mayor. If someone wants to transfer tomorrow, they'll be able to do it, and then we'll fix it when it's fixed. And so I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Counselor Tucker?
I've said, the sheriff name, the sheriff several times, and he is sitting in the back. I do think that we should afford him the opportunity, if he would like, to speak on some of the issues that really is problematic within this policy for the sheriff office.
Well, we have tabled.
Oh, we sure have. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yep. Yeah, I should have asked that before I made that motion.
All right, so we have tabled it indefinitely. And council, if you would, over the next few days, if you think of any questions, and really you can do it as often as you want, but please forward them to the city manager's office, and we'll bring them back and we'll discuss them all, make sure transparently we're letting folks know what the answers to those questions are. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just want to clarify the previous vote. It was 8-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Allen voting no.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Hollowell. That item is delayed to a possible future second reading. The next item, Mayor, we're going to get into zoning public hearings. First one up is property at 4128 Forest Road, going from neighborhood commercial to single family 2. Applicant is Jean Cherry. It's recommended approval. Is the applicant here? Okay. Oh, all right. See Mr. Fields back there. Any questions around the table on this?
Doesn't appear to be any.
Anybody in the audience want to be heard for or against? All right, we'll bring this back then, Mayor. Doesn't appear to be any opposition. Bring it back in 2 weeks at the second April regular meeting. The next property is 5769, 5747 Veterans Parkway. B Street Investments wants to go from neighborhood commercial to general commercial. And this is for, you know what the purpose was, Mr. Renfro? The use?
They were looking to do retail at that location.
Retail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions around the table? Mr. Peluso, are you present? All right, he's here. Got any questions for him? Anybody for or against want to be heard? Mr. Peluso, they'll vote on this at the 5:30 meeting, fourth Tuesday, April 25th. Okay, the next zoning is 3019 Fifth Avenue, and this is going from general commercial to light manufacturing. Mr. Habercorn, applicant, is here. I believe we heard this was metal roofing fabrication request is recommended for approval. Any questions around the table? All right, anybody in the audience for or against, raise your hand. We'll bring this back on April 25th at 5:30 for a vote. Thank you, sir. And then we've got Columbus Storage LLC at 5436 Forest Road, going from neighborhood commercial to general commercial. So, storage use, I assume.
That's right.
That's recommended approval. Any questions? All right, is the applicant here from Columbus Storage? We'll vote on that, bring it back April 25th. Is there any other people that want to be heard on that? Bring that back for a vote April 25th. You got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Renfro, Mr. Johnson. That concludes the zoning hearings. We've got some special exceptions if you'll stand by. The last ordinance on first reading, Mayor, would extend the business and occupation tax licensing deadline by till May 1st at 4:30 PM. We had a lot of folks that were trying to beat the deadline but missed it, but we're trying to extend the licensing deadline to May 1 at 4:30 PM. Any questions? We will bring that back for a vote April 25th. All right. Then we've got special exceptions. These can be voted on today. The first one is 151 30th Avenue, Daycare Center Type 3, recommended for approval. Lucretia Stevens, the applicant. Mr. Stevens is here. All right, we can take a vote on this, Mayor, if there are no questions.
All right, there's a motion second to approve. We've typically allowed anybody to speak on it in the audience.
Mhm. Anybody want to be heard on this item other than Mr. Stevens?
Okay.
No hands.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes.
All right, Mr. Stevens, the Daycare 3, you're in business. Thank you for being here. The next item is for auto truck sales at 1300 Fifth Avenue. Recommended approval. Mr. Adams is here as the applicant. Is there anybody in the audience want to be heard for or against?
Which side of Fifth Avenue is this?
Which side of Fifth Avenue is this, Mr. Renfro?
Be the west side.
West side?
Where the AT&T building is?
No, excuse me, it'd be the east side, the opposite side of that, of AT&T.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's right there where Gateway car dealership used to be, Mako, and the office building.
So the east side of Fifth.
East side.
All right. No, if there are no other questions, this is ready for a vote.
All right. Motion and second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, Mr. Adams, you're good to go. Thank you for being here. The next item, Mayor, is a resolution that would designate May and June 2023 as amnesty months for penalty and interest demolition liens.
All right, there's a motion second to the motion. Counselor Kogle?
What's the criteria for the forgiveness? Do we know? Do we know what the criteria is for forgiveness? If that's just financial hardship or if that's,
It's anybody.
it's anybody, anything?
Yep, if it's interest and penalties on the demolition liens only, all they just have to do is apply and they can,
Does that apply with the city
yes.
attorney?
Right, any property that's got a demolition lien on the books.
Mayor, just want to be clear, the principal has to be paid, the
Right.
interest. Would you just make sure you clear it up so that,
Yes, so this will allow those who have had longstanding demolition liens on the books, that they would come in and pay the principal, and that we would forgive the interest and penalty that has accumulated from the time that the demolition occurred.
Right, and
principal balance.
sometimes the penalty and interest is even more than the original lien itself, so.
yeah, and that's a fact. So we want those listening to really take advantage of the moment, because we could have a lien for $5,000 and penalty and interest, because it's been there, could be $8,000, $10,000, so for a total of $15,000. And so you get to come and get the settle for $5,000. So if you're out there and you're listening and you know that you're in the situation, now is the time.
And we will send a notice to every lien that we have to let them know of this amnesty period so that they're aware.
Every lien holder of record
Yes, sir.
will get a notice.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, take advantage of that if you're listening out there. Item 11, Mayor.
Okay, all right, there was a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, thank you. Item 11 is the resolution for the Hospital Authority of Columbus, Georgia, to refinance some bonded debt. Is there anybody here this morning? Hospital Authority?
Motion and second to approve item 11. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
All right.
Approved.
Thank you for being here. The only other thing we've got, Mayor, is a request for executive session on real estate acquisition and disposal and pending or potential litigation. Time permitting, that's all we've got.
Counselor Tucker?
City Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, I had a question in reference to semi-trucks. I'm not sure if we have an ordinance that talks about semi-trucks parking. I know in commercial areas, it's put on the commercial property owner in reference to semi-truck parking. One of the issues that we're having throughout the city, because it's not enough semi-truck parking, is you're seeing individuals parking in, I'm gonna say, the old Walmart on Buena Vista Road. It's becoming a nuisance now because the trucks are parking up to the actual business that are still there. And I think they're working on doing a storage unit or something in that old Walmart. But it's not just that building, it's places near Lamb's Funeral Home and throughout Columbus. Is there anything that we can do as a council, or do we have any ordinance like on the books?
There are several. Some deal with parking of trailers in non-commercial areas, and others are zoning uses. If it's not a proper zoning use, they can be cited by Mr. Pruitt and his department. So I think you would need to let the city manager know the exact address, and they can look into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what would be the prop? Yeah.
Normally, you would just give the city manager the address where you got a problem, and then either Mr. Pruitt from the building zoning side could look at it, or possibly law enforcement if it's a general violation.
Okay, well, I'll look up the address. It's the old Walmart on Buena Vista Road.
Okay.
It's becoming a problem. I know it's Councilor Barnes' district, but right across the street, that old oh my gosh, post office. They're doing the same thing. Yeah, on my side. So on one side of the street, they're Pop's district, and then on my side. So, but we're having some serious issues with semi-truck parking.
Well, there's issues on right-of-way. If you get up on Williams Road, just about 100 feet from Whitesville, there are trucks that park all along on the right-of-way, and then even on the on-ramp, they'll leave the trailers parked, getting on 185.
What, Terrence, I was gonna say Terrence, yeah, I wish I had some money to actually build one of those.
Councilor Barnes?
But Terrence Flowers was the one that he actually took some aerial video of it, and it's real bad in that area, so I'm gonna help you. It's both of us.
Councilor Barnes?
Just a comment, really, across the street, where the post office is at, Councilor Tucker's district, and also up there on Forest Road, right across from the Piggly Wiggly. It's not only that, but it's been insistent, and we've had special enforcement has gone, right? And so we do need to look into that, because it's just wholesale parking, and right where the auto parts places, that people have complained of not only the trucks, but the dumping there, the smell coming from that, people are using that as a dumping ground. Mr. City Manager, so.
Thank you, sir.
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, well, we'll move into the public agenda. Reminder, the public agenda, you've got 5 minutes, and we're pretty strict on that time. You will have an opportunity, if you're not haven't completed your thoughts, you can come back at the end of the meeting for an additional 3 minutes. But you'll start with your name and your address. First individual is Mr. Ralph Carrizo, regarding a request to exempt Walden Pond Development from the requirement to install sidewalks on Emerson Way in Thoreau Court.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor.
Yes, if you would share your name and your address.
My name is Ralph Carrizzo, and I live at 5733 Green Island Drive in Columbus, Georgia. I'm coming here before council. I was advised by the city manager's office. I'm not sure if this is the right place because I guess I'm asking for an exemption, but as I read the rules and regulations, I am exempt from requiring Walden Pond to have sidewalks. Let me just go briefly to the history. Me and my wife took our retirement money and decided to build a subdivision. We decided to build a nice subdivision and turn it over to the city and make some residential homes for everybody to live there. And when I do that, I provide jobs for everybody, and I turn over revenue to the city. And these are not small homes. These homes are in excess of $400,000. The construction started for this subdivision back in 2018. I didn't have the funds to do do the entire subdivision, so I did it in 2 phases. Phase 1 was completed almost 4 years ago, and it was inspected. I turned it over to the city. The property was deeded, and I had to get a bond, a maintenance bond, and a repair bond. So my responsibility at that point, I assumed, was to do the repairs as needed on the roads, and then that was it. Phase 2 was completed in the summer of '22. Both phases received final inspection and were accepted by the city and deeded to Muskogee County. I have the plat, which is the final plat. There's 17 lots. During the construction of the subdivision, I met with Miss Newman and her assistant Christy and went over the sidewalk requirements. County Line Road does not have any curb and gutter on it, okay? And I also discussed the situation that those were 1-acre lots. There was no other subdivision in that area that had 1-acre lots that required sidewalks. So, and here's where the disagreement comes in, is they told me that everything was fine, I didn't need sidewalks, okay? So I went along about my business thinking that I didn't need sidewalks. I thought we had an agreement, gentleman's agreement, okay? There's a weekly inspection that's performed. Their lead inspector, Jesse Gamble, starting back in 2019, documented that I didn't need sidewalks. He's since retired. Then Mr. Kennedy starts the inspections. And then he determines that I don't need a sidewalk, because all this was concluded way back before 2019. In March of last year, something happened. I don't know what it was, but all of a sudden, Mr. Kennedy comes up to me and he says, you know, you need to put in sidewalks. And I says, no, we don't. And he says, well, I didn't think you did either, but Donna says you need sidewalks. So there's where the dispute is. Mr. Kennedy comes out and they continue to say, I'm going to shut you down. I'm going to shut you down. And I have an employee who he went up to the employee and he said, it'd be a shame if you guys got shut down. And I consider that a strong arm approach. I'm out there trying to do a business. I'm not out there to get strong-armed into somebody's whims or ways to determine what they want to do. And so I went and I looked up the code, the UDO, okay? They refer me to the UDO. In every aspect, I meet the requirements of UDO of not needing a sidewalk, okay? No curb and gutters. As I said, County Line Road, there are no curb and gutters out there. So don't need a sidewalk, as stated in the UDO. Large lots. All of my lots require septic tanks, and are larger than 1 acre. You have to have 1 acre to get a septic tank approval. So I got that. Now, the only areas where, you know, perfect acre is 200 by 200. And in the code, it says 200 feet.
That's your time, Mr. Carrizo.
Okay.
Now, there may be a counselor that has a direct question of you, and in that case, you can answer that question. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
And Mayor, one second. Mr. Parrish is here. He's a builder,
Yes, sir.
and he has his own issues. Can he be allotted just a moment?
Well, we don't have any more time right now. You can come back,
Okay.
but we do have a question. The Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Mr. Carrizo, I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Parrish and I rode the area and looked at it, and I tend to agree with you. It does appear to me, as a layperson, the topography is not conducive to sidewalks, in my opinion. What I have just been told this morning is some of the neighbors that live there currently would like to have a meeting to talk about sidewalks. Have you talked with any of the neighbors there,
No,
the
sir.
current homeowners?
No, sir. Nothing has come up about sidewalks until March of this year.
I'm talking about the residents that live on
Nobody has come to me and said
Emerson
that,
Way
you
or
know,
Thorough Court.
No, sir. A lot of them put in some nice foliage and grass, and I don't know that they want that tore up and put sidewalks in there. And we're only putting it in one side of the, I got 2 cul-de-sacs, and they're only requiring it on one side of the one side of the street. So one side doesn't get it and one side does get it.
Okay, I understand your dilemma and what you're saying here. What I'm going to ask council to support is, let's have a delay until the next council meeting, and then that'll give you and I and Mr. Parrish a chance to meet with the residents that have made this request. I've asked for a list of those that have called from the administration, so I'll get back with you and Mr. Parrish, and we'll set up a meeting and meet with them and talk through this, and we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, do you have something?
Mr. Mayor, I think the Mayor Pro Tem has spoken, but I think the engineer may want to say something. Donna Newman, city engineer.
Gentlemen, thank you. Now, if you wish to come back at the end of the meeting, you can have 3 more minutes. Ms. Newman?
Just want to clarify a few statements. The plans were approved with sidewalks. They didn't meet the minimum requirements for an exemption as outlined in the UDO. Their lot frontage, when they were doing their calculations for the lot frontage, they used frontage on County Line Road, and he is correct. Sidewalks are not required on County Line Road because of the classification of the road and because of it doesn't have curb and gutter. So you wouldn't want people walking on that road on sidewalk. So with that, their average frontage does not meet the 200-foot requirement for exemption. We have had some of the neighbors that are out there, currently living out there, call us in the past and asked about sidewalks, and we told them that it was required. And that's part of the dispute. Typically, the sidewalks aren't put in until the construction of the houses, because if you go in and put them in as part of the original construction of the streets, you don't know where the driveways are going, you don't know about material deliveries, and they get damaged during the construction of the houses. So that's why they haven't gone in today. And part of the inspector's concern is with them finishing out some of the lots, they have not met the requirement of the plan approval and the UDO requirement for the sidewalks.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cruiser, you can come back, sir. At the end of the meeting, though, I'm sorry. We can't have you, I apologize. On the public agenda, it's 5 minutes. I have to keep the same time for everybody. I apologize. You do at the end of the meeting. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. All right, next is Mr. Marvin Broadwater, Sr., regarding the severance offer to the police chief. Mr. Broadwater, start with your name and your address, sir.
Marvin Broadwater, Sr., I reside at 3004 Slippery Rock Court. And before we start, I think he'd exited the room. He's still in the room. I just want to thank Councilman Gary Allen. Sometimes you have to stand by yourself, and I did not miss that vote, how he voted. Thank him for that. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, staff, and citizens of Muskogee County. As always, thank you for your continued service to make this community better. I ask all of you to please remember to help your citizens make Columbus the best city it can be. And it's going to take all of us to do that. I am a little perplexed as to how we got to this point of forcing our former police chief out by offering a service package paid with taxpayer money that only a few citizens had a hand in presenting the match to light this fuse. I think we set a bad precedent by accepting a study paid for by only a few citizens. We should at least know the names that ensured the city push our former police chief out of office. Crime will continue to directly or indirectly affect every citizen in the city. I felt a deep sense of loss as former chief of police basically had no choice in accepting the severance package. But I do understand no one wants to work in a hostile environment, and every man wants to be a provider for his family. As I walked through the apartment homes of E.E. Farley last Saturday, passing out groceries and Easter baskets to children, I had a conversation with a young man who appeared to be around the age of 20. I asked him about voting. He stated, and I quote, "If they can put our chief out, what does it matter for me to vote?" Unquote. I asked that we have a sense of transparency when it comes to the business of the city. I asked this council to not hide behind the charter. If there is a consensus taken in executive session, at least have the courage to take that vote and not use the mayor's position to do the dirty work. I ask that you not make the situation worse by hiring someone from Kansas or California. You have an assistant chief that should be promoted to chief. You already know who I'm referring to, and that's Assistant Chief George Fitzpatrick. While it's true, I have never worn the uniform of a law enforcement officer, and to my knowledge, I believe none of you have either. The one thing I do know is leadership, and leadership is hard, and when one leads, they must be fair and honest. We are all leaders. It is fair time for this council to bring this city back together rather than separating us even more by hiring an outsider. The key to reducing crime is what the former chief stated to you in his strategic plan, as well as the first statement in the Jensen Hughes Executive Summary Report. Both stated the need for more officers. That means money in the form of pay raises. You can't simply table this discussion or run from it. Our next police chief will inherit the same issues as the former chief. Let's find the money. Again, thank you for your time and willingness to make Columbus the best city it can be. God bless you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Mr. Broadwater. All right, next is Ms. Montrick McClendon, representing Affluence Family Services, Inc., regarding homicide concerns. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Start with your name and your address, please.
Matrice, 5977 Whitesville Road.
Thank you.
Gotta put my glasses on. My name is Matrice McClendon. I am the founder of Affluence Family Service Incorporation. I'm coming before you, council, as a citizen, an advocate for homicide victims, and as a mother who has lost her only son to gun violence. I am currently in a 5-week course with the Pastors Police Academy. I applied for this course to get some understanding of our police and investigative functions. I also applied so that I can learn what capabilities and deficits our homicide investigators have. February 14th of this year, I met with the captain over the homicide department. He told me he did not have enough evidence to arrest my son's killer. He also told me in order to get ballistic reports and forensics, they have to go to outside agencies. My son was murdered September 30th, 2022. I gave the detectives my son's password to his cell phone, his email, and his social media pages. I gave them everything they asked for and did everything they instructed me to do, not knowing that they had interviewed my son's killer and released him on his word without validating his story. They did not check his cell phone records. They did not check anything. And they let him go off of stand your ground, self-defense. I did not know none of this stuff until January. They did not tell me. They sent me on a dummy mission. I'm trying not to be emotional. February of this year, the detective told me it was time had passed and it was too late for them to subpoena the young man's phone and subpoena the Ring camera. I'm not here to talk about my son's case, but I am pleading with you all. If you have the funds, please get us a crime lab here. Because it takes months to get the ballistic reports back. The detective didn't have no means to investigate my son's case. And it was recorded. You see the young man gunning my son down. I had to go to the FBI. I had to contact Premier Forensics. I had to go to outside agencies for help. They was able to see that the boy was left-handed. He shot my son in the back at close range. But the detectives, I can't, what I get from the outside agency, I can't take it to the detective. They have to do it. That was my only son, and I had a good son. My son was a beautiful child. He was a good guy. He was trying to break up a fight. He was trying to stop these boys from robbing his friends. He thought all of them was his friends. Well, he got killed. He died. The robber is the detective witness, and he's free. The boy who killed my son is free. I'm not a vigilante. My son is not in a gang. Nobody's gonna go kill them boys for killing my baby. I have to depend on y'all. And I just wish 2019 we had a rally to bridge the gap between us and the police, because a lot of people don't want to go to the police for help. Mr. Hugler, when you talked about your sister, in my mind I was saying, Lord, thank you that she didn't get shot. Because the people, these little boys, they don't care. They don't have no respect for life. So if you all can please do anything with all the funds that we get, please get us our own crime lab. We're the second largest city in the state. Thank you.
Ms. McClendon, thank you, ma'am. And I will tell you that I'm so sorry about your son. And this council works really hard to come up with resources that are necessary to allow us to provide our police the tools they need. And I appreciate you being here to champion champion one of those. So thank you, ma'am. Counselor Tucker?
I just wanted to, just tell Ms. McClendon my sincere condolences. That actually happened in my district, right over near Kendrick High School, across the street from the middle school from East Columbus. So I followed that story. My heart goes out to you, and your family. It is tragic. I'm actually meeting tomorrow at Shirley B, with Assistant Chief Debbie Kennedy and some parents of Sally's Little League, because the same incident that occurred with your son happened over at Shirley B on March 26th, where they're out there fighting and a gun went off, and you know, we just keep having the same incidents over and over. But what I do agree with you, we have an EMS, you know, command center, and I know stuff costs. But it is technology out there for us to have, and hopefully we can invest in. And I know some things have been suggested for us to use fuses. And we have put out so many cameras, but connecting and actually talking and being able to see and helping our officers, you know, actually connect the dots and make the arrest. Because I know you're hurting. I know you are. And like I said, my heart goes out to you. And I know one of the officers, I don't know if it was Malone, but my heart does go out to you, ma'am. And I appreciate you for coming up here so bravely and eloquently speaking about your son. And I look at all the photos that you have on social media, and he did look very bright and happy. And I know you care about him a whole lot, ma'am. So just thank you. I appreciate you for coming up here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next is Mr. Timothy Veal regarding safety in the community and the rundown house in the neighborhood. Mr. Veal? You'd start with your name and address, please, sir.
Timothy Veal, 1039 Brook Road, Coloma, Georgia, 31903. To the mayor and city council, to the young lady there concerning safety. Ain't nobody looking at the real reason. You had me and Brian Kemp that passed that gun law. It's gonna get way, but it get better. I'm basically concerned about my neighborhood, at all Benny Drive. You got Winston Cabin and Brook and Head Street. Head Street, I said, that's a safety issue. I wish somebody would come out there and just look at the sewer and see could they put a sewer walkway there. Cause the ditch is so big and we just lay sewer in there. And also, I was walking up there this morning picking up paper. There 209 Head Street. Dog jumped out the fence. Good thing I had a stick. Now, man, you know what a kid. First thing that kid was gonna do, run. The dog gonna catch me, even up. I called the police. The police told me to call dog pound. Called the dog pound. They told me to call the police. And before the landlord in the neighborhood, you got these construction come out and work, and they go in there and do a little work and have put everything on the ground beside the road. It just stayed up for months. Winston Road, Brook Road, Cabin Avenue. Then just like the trash can, when y'all present them, y'all told everybody how to put the trash where they're supposed to go in. You put trash in the green bag, green trash can, you just set out there for a month. The trash man gonna pick it up. That's just for yard waste. You know, you need to give these people some tickets or something. Yeah, you gotta do better. I called last week for 5 days to for yard complaint. 5 days straight. Ain't nobody calling back yet. Left a message every day for yard complaint. Ain't nobody calling back yet. 5 days straight. Might have been more than 5. Before this, yard waste and making home clean and pop up and these abandoned houses. I think the city of Coloma can do a little bit better. I tell my, it's all over. I ain't concerned about all over. I'm concerned about Benny Drive, Winston Road, Cabot Avenue, Harvard Avenue, that's what I'm concerned about. And really, the street is real bad, but I ain't concerned about the street because it drives so fast through there, so I'm not concerned about that. But for like people cleaning up their property, I think the city needs to ride through there and just look. Ain't got to do just ride through there and look. And buying you some plenty of paperwork, you can write plenty of tickets. Columbus, in certain areas, it's a beautiful place. But we don't do nothing about the clean up property and the crime, we can be in bad shape, because this generation now ain't like it used to be. Kids get out of school on Friday, paper all the way down Head Street, where they walk. I get school paper and just throw it out, but that's the way they train now. I know everybody don't train the kids like that, but now, these kids now, they ain't trained like I was trained when I was coming up, like we were trained like when we were coming up. It's a different generation now. So we got to be, do what you say you're gonna do. You got to step up to the plate, all of us here. Yeah. I call on somebody and you go out there and check it, they ain't doing what they're supposed to do, and put a ticket on them. My neighbor next door, the drain sewer, about 1 or 2 might be clean when they clean the yard up. When the rain, the water be coming in my yard, because the water can't run straight down the sewer, because the sewer all stopped up, because they don't clean the yard up. So, other than that, so I appreciate y'all help. I know y'all got a big job to do, so the one that's supposed to be doing what they're supposed to do, they need to get on their job. Thank you.
Mr. Beals, I heard you mention 3209 Head Street. Is that the address of the area that you said had a lot of problems? I was trying to get some of the addresses from you, and then we can get somebody out there to take a look at it. Okay. Never mind. It's going to be done.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I got a bunch of.
Mr. Beals, thank you.
I can tell you right now.
Thanks, sir. All right. Next is Ms. Teresa Elamine, representing Southern Anti-Racism Network, regarding the rights of citizens to participate in council meetings.
This microphone. Could you make sure everyone gets a copy? It look beautiful. Teresa Elamine, 6363 Flat Rock Road, District 5. Want you to come to my birthday party, Ms. Crabb, which will be at Whisperwood, June 25th. I'll let you know more about it. You can meet some of your constituents. I chose this broad topic of the rights of citizens to participate, and I should add, without police intimidation. What went on these last couple of months was a break with the norm. I spoke to part of it around the city attorney's agenda. The first reading is an automatic public hearing. Citizens should know this and understand this so that they can participate fully. In this city manager form of government, and I've been through a lot of city manager forms of government. Well, we need the staff, but we elected you to run the city, not necessarily the city manager to run the city. We elected you to look out for the citizens. And that's what your obligation is. So when a citizen comes before you, as I have on behalf of the employees, it's because of my concern. And though the staff is important, for the staff to consistently intervene when you are making decisions and votes based on citizen input is a bit too much. It's just a bit too much, Mr. City Manager. So I want to say, that we're in a difficult period. You asked for a strategic plan from a top officer. This is a broad topic, Mr. Mayor.
You're making it broader than it needs to be. It's
Well,
supposed to, it's
but
supposed
you
to be the
don't
rights
tell
of.
me what I can say in my 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the fundamental problem.
Well-
You sit there, and if you don't like what people are saying, then
Ms.
you
Celamine,
begin to
there's
start
there's a
telling
couple
people
of
what they can
rules, couple
say.
of rules, and some of those rules are that when you put down what you want to talk about, we prepare. We get prepared so that we can answer your questions and we don't waste your time. When you come in and you start down these other rabbit holes, it puts the staff, it puts the council, it puts me at a disadvantage. So we ask you simply to follow the same rule that everybody that appears at this council follows. We're not singling you out to make it difficult. We're simply asking you that you do the same thing as everybody else. It's respect. I stopped your time, by the way,
I
so we'll start it
appreciate it.
again.
I appreciate it, because the rights of citizens to participate is the topic. And what I am exercising is my right as a citizen to participate. And I think that's kind of lost on you, Mr. Mayor, what's going on right now.
I'm following you.
What's going on right now. And so that is the topic, my right to come here, use my 5 minutes to say what I want to say that I think is important, to offer guidance to what has been absolute anarchy over the last couple of months, starting on February 14th. And I participated in that anarchy. It was purposeful for people to see that this is what can happen when people who are elected to represent us lose control. And that's what's happened over these last couple of months. You have a rule, you can't talk on the same subject within 60 days. Well, that rule has been totally eliminated. Totally eliminated. People have been coming up here talking on the police chief regularly. And it's the 60-day rule is gone. So what I'm asking is that we eliminate the anarchy that has gone on for the last couple of months and try to get back to the healing place. Because this city is a bit of a mess. And it's become quite dangerous because we have no police chief. So my right to participate is to say what I'm saying to you right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2024. People get ready. People get ready. Change is gonna come, it should come.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very much. Under
Thank
my
you.
5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Next is Mr. Matthew Boland regarding issues in public safety and public safety leaders in the severance package. Mr. Boland here? All right. Next is Ms. Arisha Z. Lawrence, representing Music and Entertainment Council, MEC, and Music Education Offer via MEC for the youth of Columbus, Georgia, and MAFest. Welcome, Z. If you would, state your name and your address, please, ma'am.
Arisha Z. Lawrence, and 223 8th Street, MEC House. People get ready, a fest is coming. Listen, I am here to lighten the air, because when you think about everything, you can invest in a lot. You can invest in crime, you can invest in police chiefs, you can invest in a whole heap, Mr. Isaiah, but guess what? When you invest in music, that's a safe space. The music teacher that spoke earlier, Mrs. Ellis, she gave kudos to her music and then, mentorship in her earlier years. And she said it was a sound factor as to why she is who she is today. She requested investment into public schools, which I heavily believe in, and community programming. As for those kids, which the schools and those after-school programs, that's like their savior. And I agree with her totally. I will add that when it comes to music, we just want to keep this community sustainable and positive. And music education does just that. So My heart goes out to the McClendon family in the loss of her son. We have a belief that music embedded everywhere, especially in things like Parks and Rec in every corner of the city, will help the minds of those kids that feel that they have to do negative things to garner attention. They can beat it out on a microphone in a studio, an instrument, or lyrics. Speak about it, poetry, things of that nature. Art and music is everything. You can Google a lot of music education facts, and one of the things that I love is that music engages the brain networks and related with anticipation, attention, and neutral clairvoyance, according to the Lever Institute. But according to new research, music training improves mental acuity, particularly in the areas of cognitive, verbal, and emotional intelligence. And we can look at thousands of studies and understand that music helps in a lot of things. As music advocates for music and arts education, we see an opportunity to continue to always hold our leaders accountable, which in that case, that would be you. We just want you all to invest in music and the arts as we build healthy, resilient communities. Of course, the Music Entertainment Council, our objective is just to grow Columbus's ecosystem and supply chain. So it creates jobs, drives sustainable tourism, and does so inclusively across all communities and demographics. Georgia music has always been strong, which is why MEC, we are partnered with Georgia Music Partners and Sound Diplomacy internationally. MEC is the Columbus affiliate of both. With both entities, we are a part of a statewide and global network. Myself, as a proud member of the Recording Academy, Grammys, CEO of the Music Legend Awards, Chief Music Officer of the Music Entertainment Council, I would love for us to all make Columbus, Georgia's music ecosystem stronger than ever. I have brought some great friends who have a lot of strength in music and their varied hats. We're all together in this. This is not a me thing, this is a us thing, because when you look at the word music, it's M-U-S-I-C. Us is right in the middle. Together, we can accomplish this. Some things we can just sing out. When the pressures are on us, think music. When we don't know where the funding is coming from, sing that song that cheers your heart. We'll find it. But together, we can do this. So I appreciate Sherman Williams, a renowned choreographer, which you will see with Dancing with the Stars later this week. I appreciate Jason Keaton, the president of Columbus Jazz Society, Mr. Oz Roberts. So many hats, too many to name, but as a supporter and endorser, all founding members of the Music Entertainment Council, and J.C. Jenkins sitting over in the first row, capturing some good content in her mind, like Electric City Life and a lot of other hats. So that's all we are. Please support us.
Thank you, Z. And I tell you, MEC has really done a good job of keeping music at the forefront of this community. I know we've had a lot of conversations, and I still owe her a trip to Macon, and as well as some discussion about the Mob Fest. So we will make that happen. All right. Next is Mr. Emmanuel Rosado regarding to offer opinion for the interim chief of police position. Mr. Rosado, not here. Okay. Ms. Christy Edenfield regarding the Columbus Police Department. Good morning. Can you start with your name and address, please, ma'am?
Officer Rosado's on the street, we couldn't, that's why he's
Okay.
not here, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Christy Edenfield, 43 Lee Road, 2077, Phoenix City, Alabama, 36870. The reason why I'm here is I'm employed with the Columbus Police Department, have been for 16 years. First, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to listen to the officers' concerns, take the different reports and the analysis into mind when you had to make a decision. No matter what side you were on, the decision to tell someone that their 3 decades of service is no longer doing good for the department or for the city, that's a really hard choice. And I'm thankful that you guys stuck through, ignored the race baiters, the political agendas for whatever they may have in mind, and you stood strong and you made a decision that you believed was best for the department and the city. Ms. Tucker, you took a beating on social media. And for people to claim that someone has to vote solely based on race is asinine. You showed how strong you were and that you were your own person and you made your own decisions. And I appreciate each and every one of you for fighting for the department that I love and that the officers that I work with love. As far as an interim chief, I know you guys are going back and forth. You really don't know who to put in that position. We do have capable people in this department to fill in as an interim. Outside interims take 2, 3, 4 months to figure out where to even begin when we have the leadership within our department to go ahead and hit the ground running and make the decisions that need to be made to save this department and to save this city. And whether they be Herman Miles, Deborah Kennedy, Lance Deaton, they're there while you take your time finding a permanent chief and not rush it. And if you have applicants who come in for this permanent chief position and they buck on the pay and we end up with the lowest bidder, there's a problem. We have to have strong leadership at this department to combat the violent crime in this city. People can't even go to the banks without being robbed in broad daylight. People are being shot on the street all day, every day. And I would like to take the time to say that those of you who stand up here and preach about this was racist, I don't see any of you out there in that community consoling the families. I don't see any of you out there doing anything to stop the violence in the street. But
Excuse me, Mark,
But-
Mr. Lawrence, you have to allow her to.
it is,
You have
it
to allow her.
is,
I come here and I work in this city.
Mr. Lawrence, you can't.
And she's an employee.
it is,
Miss Elamine,
It is a bit much.
there's an entire generation of families that are being wiped out. Either they're gonna be murdered or they're gonna be in prison for murder. And we have to have someone in this police department that is gonna combat the crime and be steadfast in approaching that crime, not community policing. We have to have an aggressive police department to gain the city's control back. Thank you.
all right. Next is Miss Megan Kraus regarding support for an interim chief of police. She's in court. All right. Next is Mr. Rickett Carter regarding request for a GBI investigation into a murder case. Mr. Carter, start with your name and your address, please, sir.
It's Rickett Carter, 2113 7th Street.
You can go ahead, sir.
I came here this morning to request a GBI investigation in my son murdered. My son was murdered April the 6th, 2022. Upon the investigation they received video of the murder showing that these men assaulted him first, hit him in his face, and then shot him down. The homicide department has video of this here. Now, we have been repeatedly calling the homicide department, inquiring about my son's murder and what was they gonna do about bringing justice for him. The homicide detective, William, continued to tell us that they can't find these people. They can't, every time we call, we can't find them. We saw them, we almost had them the other day. This is the things that they are telling us. Then we was informed that out of the three suspects that was involved in the murder, one of them was a minor. And this murder happened at Soho's Adult Entertainment Club. Then After that, the detective told us that we can't find him. I asked him, but I said, well, did you arrest the youth? They wouldn't even arrest the youth. And they came in contact with him. But they allowed his family, parent, to take him into the state of Alabama to hide him out because they said he might testify. He's supposed to testify against the others. Then repeatedly, this detective told me that, well, when we get him, we're not going to charge him with murder. A person going to the store and shoplift a bag of potato chips, they arrest that person. He might be accused of taking that bag of potato chips, but he might not be. He might wasn't wrong, or he might have didn't take them, but they arrest him. This is murder, and the people in the city of Columbus deserve better. My son is a business owner in Columbus, Georgia. I owned a business in Columbus, Georgia for 30-some years. Just 2 weeks ago, JB Restaurant and Lounge, her daughter was shot down and killed at the store on Brown Avenue. They're telling her the same thing. We can't find these people. So I request that the homicide department call the GBIs in and let them help them. These agencies that we have at our usage. The homicide department, the investigation officer, Williams, told me that he didn't have the authority. So I called Mr. Stacy Jackson up, the DA, and I asked Mr. Jackson, would he call the homicide department? Would he call the GBIs in? And he repeatedly told me, said, I'm not going to call no GBIs in. I said, well, will you send what you have to the grand jury? He said, I'm not going to send the grand jury anything. I said, well, now, what happened to justice? What happened to proper procedure? These men should have been arrested while the ongoing investigation, but they're given no accountability for the crimes that they have committed. Columbus, Georgia don't realize that the citizens, black and white, Asian, Mexican, that their families in danger in this city. Columbus almost has the highest murder rate in Georgia. See? And then we depend on you. Mr. Mayor, you're the public safety director. You're over the police department. See? That's why a lot of officers is moving to the sheriff department, because they want to do a good job and not allowed to. This homicide detective told me that he wasn't, that he wasn't authorized.
Mr. Rickett, I would recommend that you do exactly what you've done, and because I wouldn't have the expertise that the DA would have, nor that the investigating officers at CPD would have. So I would refer you back to them and see if there's anything. And if you want to talk to me after the meeting, I'll be glad to talk to you, or you can come back for 3 extra minutes at the end of the meeting.
I'll come back for the 3 extra minutes.
Okay, sir. And I'm sorry about your son. All right, next is Mr. Byron Hickey regarding confirmation of police chief. All right, Mr. Hickey is not here either. All right. Well, that is the end of the public agenda. We'll move on to the city manager's agenda. Mr. City Manager, you want to hit your light?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First on my agenda, I've got approval to purchase property at 415 Mellon Street for $95,000 using CDBG funds, and this would be potential site for a pocket park.
Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? Second. Motion second. Any discussion? All right, please cue it. Hearing none, councilors, you can enter your votes, register your votes. Okay. All right, that's approved.
Next, Mr. Mayor, I've got design services for Oglethorpe Bridge, design consultant Volker Inc., not to exceed $120,000.
All right, there's a motion second to the motion. Counselor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, I've had a couple of people ask me a question about the Oglethorpe Bridge that you or someone I'm sure can answer. Is the bridge, I guess the question is, who does the bridge belong to? Is that a state project? Is that a local project? Is that a GDOT project? Is that a federal project?
Yes, ma'am, the bridge is on a state route, and it is currently being designed by the state of Georgia, DOT. Of course, they're just gonna plan, it's already about 60%, I think. They're planning just a standard concrete bridge, but we felt like, given its location, it's an entrance point into Columbus, into the state of Georgia, into the Civic Center, South Commons area, where we get a lot of recognition, that we thought it ought to be something special, because a bridge lasts around 100 years if it's designed correctly. So that's kind of something you have to live with for a lifetime, and it's better to do it on the front end than the back end.
Okay, and these folks that were asking me, I told them that I thought that it was on a state route, but that we are working in cooperation with GDOT on the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any kind of a timeline? That was one of the other questions, is that bridge gonna be out of commission and we have to go another way to get in and out of Columbus?
No, ma'am, right now, I think the schedule is for it to be constructed in FY '28.
Okay.
And the current plan is to build it under traffic, so they would build likely half of it and use the other half for construction, and then swap that.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you so much.
All right, there is a motion second. Is there any other discussion? Please cue it. Cue the votes, and council, you can register yours as soon as it comes on screen.
Yes.
All right. We'll get that fixed. All right.
Next, Mr. Mayor, I've got approval or request to execute a lighting services agreement with Georgia Power Phase 2 residential lighting upgrades. The upfront cost.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Counselor Davis, hold on. Okay. Any other discussion? Please cue it. Councilors, you can enter your votes, please.
Yes.
Counselor Crabb is a yes. All right, that's approved.
I've got Georgia Traffic.
We have Counselor Davis with a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. City Manager, just while we're on this, we just approved this matter, but just trying to add this up. It may be good that you come back at another time, because we've Georgia Power has helped us upgrade our lights throughout the city, and we've used LEDs, and we're all, I guess the mindset is when you go to an LED light, the cost comes down considerably. You save a lot. And I don't know if that's the case. We've really never had that conversation, but it might be a good time to have that conversation just about the impact with these lights, because it just, the mindset is that we ought to be able to reduce our cost, or we should be reducing the cost. And having that conversation would help us understand it a little bit better. And it may be, Councilor Thomas, it may be during the budget session, might be a good time to do it. But, it just makes sense to me, but I don't see that number fluctuating very much. So it might be good to have that conversation.
And Mayor certainly will be happy, whether it's during budget deliberations, or if we come back just at a council meeting, but we'll be happy to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Next, I've got Georgia Traffic Incident Management Enhancement Task Force Grant. It's for.
Motion to approve item 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All right, you can cue it. City Manager, you can finish the description.
Yes, but a grant, as awarded, oftentimes we apply and we sometimes don't get these grants, but we do make the effort. There's no matching funds required, but it would be for the purchase of 108 tearaway traffic safety vests is what this is for. And it's
Okay.
for Columbus Fire EMS.
All right, and that's approved?
Yeah, and-
Counselor Crabb voted yes.
And then I've got State Criminal Alien Assistance Program grant application. It's $30,295 or as awarded. There's no match.
Motion.
If I could, items 5 through 8, I believe are all grants. I would move approval of 5 through 8.
All right, with a motion and a second to approve the grants listed, items 5 through 8. Any discussion on any of those? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right,
Okay.
Mr. Hughley, if you would explain what those grants are for.
Sure, and you heard number 5, grant with the U.S. Department of Justice for fiscal year '23. Marathon grant for first responders. It's $4,960.55. No matching required there for Columbus Fire EMS for an average of 65 rescue incidents each year that they have with, and they are requesting funds to purchase heavy rescue package and hazardous materials test kits to aid in incident mitigation. Then I've got the FEMA Fire Prevention and Safety Grant. It's $14,982 or 600 smoke alarms. Got the FY '24 Congressional Appropriations Grant, $139,055 to be used to purchase a cardiac monitor, a Ford Explorer, and medical equipment to aid in implementing a mobile integrated healthcare program. And then number 9 is Columbus Police Department donation receipts. Accept 30,000 cartons of water box, single-serve cartons of spring water. And those are those items. And then I've got a few.
9 was not approved. I don't believe we'll need a vote for that. Is there a motion to accept the 30,000 cartons of water? All right, motion is second. Any discussion? Cue that one. Let councilors vote. Yeah. All right. It worked. All right, that's approved.
So then I've got 4 purchases, security surveillance and security access equipment, annual contract, valued at an estimated $210,000 per year based on prior usage.
Move items A through D. Second.
Motion to approve the purchases, items A through D. Is there any one that anyone would like pulled? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If you give the
Sure.
description of those.
So B would be network switches and access point upgrades for information technology. C, air-gapped backup and recovery solutions for information technology. And then D, construction manager as general contractor for fire station number 5 replacement. And the entire budget for that project is $5 million. And the recommended contractor's cost is within the amount budgeted. And of course, fire station number 5 is at 6700 Lynch Road, and facility is approximately 9,000 square feet. And so this would be general contractor for fire station number 5 replacement. And then we did have an emergency purchase of 5 utility police interceptor vehicles for the police department. Those are the purchases. And I've got just a few updates. First one being Columbus Convention Visitors Bureau, Mr. Peter Bowden, who's the president, CEO of CVB is here, and he is going to come and talk to us.
Welcome, Mr. Bowden. Thank you for your patience.
Great, good morning. I do have a PowerPoint. Okay.
Can we, Peter, if you'd hit that button, I'll get that light turned on.
All right, great.
Just your mic, if you don't mind.
All right, great, thank you. It's good to be here with you all this morning, and wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about how conventions and tourism is doing here in Columbus. And want to start off by reminding everyone that tourism is not just an economic development. It's not just economic development. It's also a strategy based on third-party research and key performance indicators. When we looked at our consultants and talked with them about how travel is going to perform for us through spring and summer, we find out that our survey audience is saying that they're expecting a really strong spring and summer travel season based off of certain factors and the fact of the pent-up demand that we have seen over the course of time. If we look at the economic horizon, money and the economy and how it is performing, it's definitely on the traveler's mind. And we looked at the hospitality industry as well as looking at that and researching how that is impacting travel, specifically as we look at Columbus. 45% of our travelers surveyed feel that they will be better off financially a year off from now. 27% have either canceled travel vacation plans because of inflation. The dollar just isn't quite doing what it was. 45% of travelers surveyed said that they haven't been able to travel because of the economy. However, and this is the exciting part, that 30% say that now is a good time to travel for pleasure. And again, our research is showing that Columbus's leisure market is now dominating the market segment. And most importantly, 50% have said that travel is a priority for this travel season. This chart illustrates that when visitors were asked to how they're going to expend their income over the next 3 months, over 56% responded that it's not just top of mind, but it is a priority and part of their plan moving through the summer months. And then when we look at key motivators, these are the things that we use to develop our strategy around. These are the key things that were ranked most important to travelers: quality of time with loved ones, primary for travel, creating memories, connecting with nature, food, arts, etc. And Columbus has all of these attributes, and that's where we begin focusing our strategy and promoting the destination for travel. And we do have a fun fact that something we've been following for some time now, that people are traveling with pets. 44% of those travelers that were surveyed, they are traveling with their animals. And the fun thing about it is that the Columbus hotel community has embraced that. Most of them are pet friendly. If you walk around a lot of the shops and retail and so forth, you'll see water bowls and other types of things that certainly allow those visitors to understand that Columbus is a very pet friendly community. We're also seeing, which is an interesting fact, that there's an uptick in travelers using either a travel advisor or a travel agent. That trend had, once upon a time, had almost disappeared, but because of being able to maximize the dollar amount for spending, we see that trend coming back. Another critical determination in what we do and why we do it in the marketing of the destination is to make sure that we touch 9 key values. And they range from everything from relevance, which is the importance not just to the visitor, but how travel and the relevance of what we do impacts the community. Engagement is also important. It's how we deliver that message. Collaboration, working together with our stakeholders to create awareness and drive demand for their product and ultimately create success for everyone. And of course, inclusiveness, and that is that the destination is welcoming to a broad and diverse audience. So let's look for a few minutes on how Columbus did at FY22, and we're thankful for Columbus State University providing this data and this research based off of information they gather from us. The destination saw 2.3 million visitors in the city, and they were here for a variety of reasons. The The top of that was leisure travel, and conventions, visiting friends and relatives, corporate travel, of course, Fort Benning, and sports. Those visitors generated over $300 million for the destination, and that was supported over 4,000 jobs and generated a payroll of $109 million for the community. And then if we break it down and look at the market segments that are in those jobs that were impacted by the hospitality community, we see it ranges from entertainment, arts and recreation, retail, lodging, of course, and then restaurants and food service topping out the top of that list. And I really wanted to focus for a few minutes on daily spending of visitors. We talk about a big number, but let's look at the daily expenditure and what those visitors mean to our community. Each day, there's over 6,400 people in Columbus for some reason, whether it's for business or for leisure, visiting their soldier at Fort Benning. They're here for a variety of reasons. And they spend a little more than $832,000 each and every day, which means that on average, every visitor that's here spends almost $129 in our community each and every day. If we look at the breakdown even further into the specific markets that visitor spending impacts, if we look at restaurants, we'll see $161,000 plus impacting for folks eating out, again, every single day. Over $235,000 spent in our hotels and lodging. $169,000 plus spent in retail. I think that most of us who travel, that's probably the first thing we do when we go on vacation or go for businesses. We've gotten something or we want to take a souvenir home. We also need to look at our arts and entertainment, parks and rec and so forth, and we see over $57,000 spent every single day in our community in these particular segments. Which means that every day visitor spending adds an over economic impact, generating some $54,000 in sales and lodging tax for the city. And another way to bring this down even more succinctly to what it means to not just the city, the government here, but also to each household, is there's a household savings of $534 because of visitor spending. And the way to look at that is that if visitor spending was not taking place in the community, that the government, you all, the city council, our leadership, and so forth, would have to find other resources to meet the demands and the expectations of the citizens. So that's why when we say that tourism is an economic development, it's because of the impact that it leaves in the city when those visitors come and spend that money and leave and go back home. And then final chart here, I wanted to talk about how the city is doing as far as travel goes with the recovery from COVID. Visitation is nearly where we were pre-COVID, and visitor spending continues to improve. But we continue to watch what's happening with the variety of the different types of health crises that are out there, the other factors that could impact travel. And we remain focused, and this is the key part of what my staff does, is we remain focused on adjusting our marketing strategy when those elements impact how travel will impact Columbus and the state and so forth. So that's it in our briefing, and I'm available for any questions or comments.
Good job, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Thank you for what you're doing, too.
so Mayor, next I've got an integrated waste update. Director of Public Works, Drell Short, and our finance director will talk about the financial component and concerns that she has, that we have, as it relates to the state of the Integrated Waste Fund and Public Works. Public Works Director Drell Short is coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies. Back there rolling up cords, trying to get everybody situated. Good afternoon. Hope you all had a really nice holiday weekend. My name is Drell Short, as you all know, and I'm here to give you an update on our integrated waste program. I do, however, want to take just a moment, if the city manager is okay with it, to introduce to you our new integrated waste manager. John Pittman, who's standing, you can stand here, to my immediate right, has over 30 years of municipal solid waste experience. He's worked in DeKalb County, Clearwater, Florida, Pinellas Park, Florida, and now we have been lucky enough to acquire him here. John Pittman, okay? Yes, ma'am. We are just really, really fortunate with his experience in making sure that integrated waste funds are working and are healthy, and making sure programs are working to the best practice that we have. He's already come in and done a lot of things that are already starting to make minor changes in our processes, but there are some things that we're gonna need to do in order to improve them. So with that, I'm going to allow Mr. Pittman to go forward and give you the update on the integrated waste program.
Tell them to tap if it goes out. Tap the screen if it goes out. If it goes out.
That's your work.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. John Pittman, Integrated Waste Manager. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon. And I just want to give you a brief update on our integrated waste. My agenda is want to just give you an overview of our staff challenges, the service impact. I want to give you a little bit about AmWaste, our private hauler. Talk a little bit about peak seasons for our bulk waste, some operational changes going forward, some vehicle recognition, and our strategy, overall strategy for bulk collection. And then we want to get your approval, to move forward with a request that we have when it comes to the way that we collect bulk waste. We want to get the word out. And then after that, we'll be open for some questions. First, what you see on our screen is the integrated waste collections, FY 21, 22, and 23. It's our full-time CDL operators. This is what we had, after COVID in 21. And our household waste, and these are, remind you, these are all CDL operators, CDL positions. We got recycling, yard waste, grab-alls, and the total staff positions in 21, which is post-COVID, we had 68 CDL employees. And then in 22, we kind of dropped down a little bit to 54. And then in 23, we have 54. For the most part, we had vacancies in 21, and we had 17 vacancies. In 22, we went down a little bit to 14, and in 23, we have 14 vacancies. So currently, right now, when it comes to the CDL operators, we have about 9 open vacancies that we gotta implement in order to move forward. So the impact, with COVID kind of slowed us down a little bit. So we're getting back on track now. Our bulk waste collection services impact, as I was saying earlier, due to the personnel and equipment shortage, that had an impact on our operation. Our CDL operators, we couldn't get any. It impacted fleet mechanics. We couldn't get any mechanics to keep our vehicles on the road. Back in August 21, AmWaste, they provided us container yard service for our green waste for the city. We turned over actually 14 routes to AmWaste there, which is about 56 per week. At the time, we were paying AmWaste $439,600 per month. That's our current expense right now. AmWaste expenses to date that we've paid out $7.3 million for the services. At the end of the fiscal year expense, we projected about $8.665 million going forward. Our peak season waste collection, just a quick overview. Our peak season is from March through October 31st. The impacts affected the bulk collections for FY 22, again, personnel and equipment shortages. COVID impacted us, of course, and we were able, the constituents was able to do more in the yards and put more on the curb because they were working from home, so they had a lot more time to be able to get out in the yard and put out more yard waste. The employee salaries was addressed in the last survey, so that has been taken care of. So the pay comp, it was an issue back in FY '22, and so that has been taken care of and implemented going forward. Currently, we have daily bulk collection routes that, what we're doing right now, we go up and down the streets, and that's how we collect it. We see what's out there. We put out, a driver's ride through every street each day on a certain route. So our proposal right now is that we've determined that's kind of inefficient for our operation. So it gives us a lot of time, out on the streets, unnecessary time. So we want to change the way we operate. We want to line up with the ordinance. We want to do what we call a call-in service. The residents put their yard trash out or their bulk waste out on the curb, and they call us and schedule it. And that will be done on the same day that we collect their garbage, their waste garbage. So going forward, we want to ask that you support that you give us the approval to move forward with that call-in service. Some additional operational changes, for the call-in service, we believe that it's better customer service. We can relate. The customer calls in, they talk to some staff, they schedule their pickup, and we just go out and schedule and pick it up. And it also extends the life of our equipment going forward. We're not riding around for 10 hours a day just riding. When they call in and make those requests, we can just go straight to the destination and take care of that customer. Reduces the opportunities of accidents, that kind of eliminates the fatigue of just riding around, throughout the community looking for a bulk waste to collect. Fuel savings, of course, when you go direct from point A to point B, that eliminates a lot of time on the road riding. And all of these things will be collected on your normal scheduled day. So when you call and schedule, they call and schedule, it will be picked up on the regular garbage day. So forthcoming, we have some rate study recommendations. Our waste collection fees was talked about in our rate study, past rate study. They talked about the additional cart fees, something that we need to look at, and the trees for fees collection and disposal also was another topic in the rate study. Vehicle recognition, what we have here is a blue household waste garbage truck. We're gonna call it our Columbus Blue, and that's gonna represent our household garbage. So now when the residents see a blue truck coming through, they know that will be collecting their household trash. The white vehicle, it will represent recycling. So when the recycling truck comes through, white vehicle comes through, the customer will know that, hey, that's the recycling truck. Because sometimes we get a lot of phone calls saying, hey, nobody been through or the truck rolled by. So now they'll be able to identify it going forward. They'll know what's out there, whether it's a recycling truck or whether it's a garbage truck. The white represents recycling and the Columbus Blue will represent household waste. Our strategy for bulk collection, we originally started this, we wanted to do a clean sweep for the first week of April. We didn't get the opportunity to do that, but we are actually on track. We're on top of our bulk waste. We're not behind. So we're good to go going forward. 10 grab-offs that we have out, we deploy them daily, 4 days a week. And sometimes if we get behind, whichever, we'll deploy them 5 days a week. Our backup system, we will use 12 rear loaders. That's what we have as backup going forward. And we will only use them on Wednesdays and Saturdays if we get behind. Currently, we are on task. So we are requesting your approval to move forward with our streamlining our operation with the bulk call-in service. The April 1st date and the July 1st, 2023 date is what we want to do with our customers. We want to continue to train them. We want to continue to let them know how the system works and the direction that we're going in. So we're going to train them during that time frame and let them know that they have to call in and schedule their bulk collections pickup going forward. How are we going to do that? We're gonna roll out that media blitz that we have. We're gonna get the word out for bulk collection through radio, media, cable television, broadcast TV, CCG TV, the web page, every social media technology that we have that we can officially use. We're gonna get that word out. And we're gonna continue to get that word out going forward. At this time, I'll be more than happy to take any questions if you have.
Councilor Barnes?
No questions. I like this thinking outside the box. Drell, and excuse me, I'm a little hard. Mr. Pittman?
Yes.
Yes, I like this thinking, Drell and Mr. Pittman, outside the box. I really like this. But I had in mind to tell the city manager something when I came in, and it slipped my mind. This morning, the calls I've gotten have made 360 calls. Pops, they picked up my trash on time. They came and got my lawn. And as I was leaving out to come to council, at 8:10 this morning, they were pulled up in front of my door. So I just wanted to let you know, but I like these very innovative, thinking outside the box ideas.
Thank you, Council. Let me just say as well that one of the things that I really admired about Mr. Pittman when he came in was he immediately started doing analysis on how we operate. And he was able to just go in and pick out things that we could do internally without any cost to start to improve our customer service. And customer service is our primary goal here. So yes, we are gonna be thinking outside the box. It is gonna be uncomfortable if we are allowed to go in the direction that we wanna go in, but it's a temporary discomfort. But we definitely need your support in moving forward because we have to change the way we do business in order to survive.
Councilor Kogel.
Do we, can a neighbor call in the bulk waste for their neighbor? So like if I was living next to Councilor Tucker and she forgot to call in and it just, her couch sat on the porch or on the curb, can I call on her behalf?
Yes, ma'am, you can absolutely call in.
And what's the turnaround? Like, do you just set a date like for the following week or do you set a date for the next day?
What we do is we try to pick it up on your schedule, date that we pick up
Okay,
your
all
garbage.
right. But it's just to notify you that there's something, there's something at that address on your regular scheduled day.
We want to advise you to put it out the day before your regular garbage day. And the night before, if you put it on.
So this will just be on garbage day or on the original, like the old bulk pickup day?
On your garbage day.
Okay,
The day that we collect your garbage, your household waste.
right. And if if I can just provide a little bit of visual feedback, that maybe the truck should be swapped since the recycle bin is blue and the truck is blue. So just maybe something to give a little bit of thought to.
Well, we did think about that.
Okay.
And it was after the fact.
Okay.
Putting in the order, so unfortunately, we can't do that because it would be a very expensive change order.
Just spray paint our,
So we're just gonna
truck.
make sure that we stay focused on getting the word out and
Okay.
making sure that everyone understands
Talk in the mic, please.
the differentials in the color, excuse me, John. But the most important thing to know is that if you give us the approval to move forward, we no longer will have to go down every single street in Muskogee County looking for waste. Now it gives us the opportunity to schedule waste collection and not have to use the fuel to just go up and down streets that have absolutely nothing on them.
right.
So
No,
it's a
that makes
cost
sense.
savings in that regards. It's also a time saving in that regards. And it will help us to make sure that we can schedule pickups accordingly so that we are on task every time we have to go out.
Great.
Okay, and I do know, Mr. City Manager, you did ask that we give this information that you wanted Amways to also talk about their plans for the peak season. Did you still want them to speak on that?
Briefly.
Briefly, okay. So this is our Amways representative. Yes, ma'am.
Well, we've got a number of big questions queued up, so we
Okay.
don't go away. We got some more questions for you. Go ahead, sir. No, we'll go ahead with Amways now, and then we'll come back.
It's an honor to be with you today. We, as you're aware, we provide the green waste services for the integrated plan, solid waste management plan for the city. My name is Randy Lee. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Amwaste. LLC. Our parent company is Matter Management Enterprises. We're located in West Point, Georgia. Our corporate office is in West Point, Georgia. Operation, our scope of work, a daily plan is the 14 routes as described by Mr. Pittman. Those are three-man crews. We have a total of 42 route employees, 5 management and admin personnel here at our operation locally. That includes two additional swing drivers. We have a 14% spare ratio, which industry standard for a rear loader, which we use a rear loader rather than what you use on the automated side loaders. Industry standard is 10%. So we have 16 trucks for 14 routes. We have 14 primary drivers, two spare drivers, part of that admin and support, including the route manager. All of our route managers locally within LaGrange and Randolph, Chambers County, and Pike County are all CDL certified and will drive. I hold a CDL myself. At times during force majeure issues and COVID and whatnot, we find ourselves doing such things. So we have more than enough coverage on our contingency plan, operational contingency plan, to manage any scenario, act of God, force majeure issues, whatnot. So currently we're operating on our recovery opportunities, the code 2s that we get from the city of less than 0.01% of total services provided, which is the gold standard for our industry, which was established actually by Waste Management, the biggest company, biggest solid waste and environmental services company in the world. And they used the UPS number, United Parcel Service number, for established world class, and that's 2% of services. So we're at less than 0.01, which is on average of about 4 to 5 a day on a 4-day work week. So the homes, you can do the math, that's pretty good. There's no questions asked. We receive those code 2s. We either recover those same day or next day, first thing in the morning, and we report back to the city, to Darrell's team. And like I said, no questions asked, although we do have the capability of recording every one of our services with Lytx systems, drive cams, and or Third Eye system, which is a six camera safety system on the truck. So, but we don't use that here. There's so few misses, or they missed us, that we just go get them. So usually those are within 12 hours of the request of the next morning. Our operational contingency plan, as I spoke to briefly, we do have personnel and additional rolling stock in LaGrange, Georgia, which is managed by the same area vice president. Pike County, Chambers County, and Randolph County, Alabama. As I said, all of our senior managers and route managers are CDL certified and can fall in and replace a driver at any time. We also use temporary labor on the back in case our full-time helpers we're having retention issues. If we have retention issues, we're usually good about keeping our folks, pay them well, and treat them well, and we really appreciate the opportunity to serve the city of Columbus with our services. Any questions? I can answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, sir. Councilor Barnes, did you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, while you're here, just something to think about. I've noticed that the recycle can, when it's raining and you raise the lid, the water drains off the lid. But on the other two cans, when you raise the lid, the top is concave, and so it collects water. And when you raise the lid, the water goes in the can. And there are no holes in the can, for obvious reasons, so it stays in there, and it causes a problem. So anyway, when we get ready to reorder, just consider that.
It's on our list.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Tucker?
Yes, I wanted to thank Director Short. We had several community meetings in reference to our bulk waste and trash and things like that. You listen in reference to this collection pickup where we call in. I actually have been promoting that on the radio like almost every Friday, whether it's 311 or, calling. And also, I'm gonna say my seatmate here, Joanne, Councilor Coggle. We've been doing it on social media. Like, if you contact them, they will pick it up. And I think one day it was less than 24 hours, like I put it in. And that next morning, it was all picked up. So I just want to thank you for listening and actually putting this in place. So thank you.
Counselor Thomas.
Mr. City Manager, one of the easiest things answers that I get to give citizens when they call me is I tell them, call 311. Is this going to be through the bulk calling through 311?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so anybody that wants to have this bulk pickup, call 311 and leave the message? Okay.
That's correct, and we'll receive the work order, and then we'll go ahead and schedule it for the next pickup day for their household waste.
Okay. And can you tell me, if you know off the top of your head, when the next recycling for electronics will be? I know that we do it differently when you have a printer that you're getting rid of or something like that.
You're speaking of the hazardous household waste day, which will be in October, but I'm not sure of the date. But it will be in October at the recycling center.
Okay. I don't consider my printer a hazardous waste, but.
Well, that's because we don't want it to go into the landfill. And we do
Sure.
have resources that will take those things and recycle them. So we just kind of put it all in together. So that's your TVs, your printers, or anything of that nature. And then they take it all away at that time.
Just
So we
make
ask
sure
you
that,
hold it.
that it says,
We'll have
it doesn't
everything
have to
listed. that
create
will
a
be-
hazard to me, but it
Right.
does to you. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Counselor Davis.
Director Short, you have a tough job. And a really tough job. And I know what your answer would be to me if, in return would be that you've got a lot of good people working on your team. So it makes it a lot easier, right?
It does.
But I will have to say, and I'm gonna use kind of a joking analogy, but sometimes we get extreme concerns from our end, and then we throw rocks at your end. But every once in a while, probably more often than most, but we need to send accolades, we need to send flowers, we need to send gifts. Okay, and I will tell you that, we went through some challenges not long ago, and the citizens were real concerned. We were real concerned, and it took a while to work through it. But when we went to that, what I call a hybrid structure of picking up the yard waste and the bulk waste and things like that, it took a while to catch up, but it really made a difference. And I'm just telling you, I get nothing but today, where people used to throw rocks at me. Now today, they're like, wow, that's incredible. And I want to pass these accolades on to you that I hear from people in my district, but they are really pleased. And it's an extreme noticeable difference in the services out there. And, that was a challenge. And I guess I'm trying to tell you that the incredible job that y'all are doing, and at the same time telling you that you've got a tough job, a really extreme job, but it's working. And certainly you've got good people behind you and the resources, and you're making it work now, because we've transitioned from a really tough scenario and now into a better one. Not saying that still, there's things that happen every day, but
Absolutely.
all through the years, there's things that come up, but you're addressing them. So, I guess in summary, what I'm trying to say is doing an incredible job. It's a good job. And, I'm just glad we got to this point. And we need sometimes to communicate that to you and your people of what they're doing over there, the great things, and sending accolades and flowers and gifts. And that's what I'm trying to do, because most of the time in the past, since I've been on this council chambers, here in the council, the directors of public safety, they usually don't get a lot of that. It's usually about the issues that we're throwing the rocks, you know, about the concerns that we're getting. And, you know, sometimes you just gotta stop and say, you know, good job, you're doing a great job. So I just wanted to express that. And I've got some, I know that in moving on, that we're gonna have some more challenges that need to be talked about. Staff, city manager staff brings those all the time, talks about them all the time and updates. But Mayor, one of these days, you and I are gonna have a conversation. I got some ideas. I don't know if they'll work or not, but I wanna float them by your desk and see if it can help in some of this, some of these things that we're dealing with and where we move into the future, because we're gonna probably have to make some tough decisions to help your department out and what y'all do day in and day out. So, anyway, I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say to you.
I do, and I appreciate that, but you're absolutely correct. We still have some mountains to go over. We do have some tough decisions coming up, but I am grateful that you all hear us and that you'll support us as we move forward. So I appreciate you.
Counselor Cogle?
Just to clarify, is yard waste still on the same schedule? So
Yes,
just,
ma'am.
this is just for bulk pickup, right?
This is just for bulk.
And we can use the 911, or not the 911 app.
311.
Don't use the 911 app. How about 311 app?
311 app
Okay.
as well, yes.
All right, okay, great.
Counselor Crabb?
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the 311 app, because as I'm driving around town, that's my go-to. I emphasize the 311 app with constituents that call me. The one problem I have with the 311 app, though, is it has this long list of things, and you have to go through it and try and find the appropriate place. And that really needs to be more user-friendly. And I know that that's not your area, but it does affect your area a lot. And it would be nice, even on the 311 app, to have like a button when you get on that app, you know, to call in bulk waste. Because I call in bulk waste all over town using my 311 app. When I see something has been put out, it might be a duplicate, but I'd rather have you get it twice than not at all. And so if we could simplify that on the 311 app and then really encourage people, because I like taking a picture of it and then sending it to you, because then you know what truck to bring. Because you will see if it's a small little, you know, refrigerator or if it's a whole household.
That's absolutely
And
correct.
so that's why I like using the 311 app instead of just calling in, because you guys have a picture of what you're about to go and pick up.
And it is very helpful, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Counselor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, do we need a motion to approve the bulk call-in? If so, I so move.
Certainly, you can go ahead and do it.
It's a little, yeah. Motion and second to approve the call-in process. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Congratulations.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Pittman, welcome, and I do have one thing, I have received a call from a very angry constituent named Mrs. Henderson. If y'all could be aware when you're on some of the more narrow roads outside of the inner city, when they put those cans back, two vehicles can't pass because they're getting set down in the road. And I know it's hard, and a lot of them are set there, I think, by the inmates on the back of the truck, and so that may be easy to fix, but it does create a dangerous situation.
And so, Mayor, if there are no more questions, there's one final piece, and I appreciate the accolades around the table, and Trail does an excellent job, but she's costing us money. And so Councilor Davis's comments, I think it's a good transition to how Trail Short is able to get that done. It's costing us, and so, you know, it's always been said, you get what you pay for. And so we're getting good service because, I mean, it's costing us. So with that, our Finance Director, Angelica Alexander.
Yes, sir. Excellent segue into, I guess, my segment of the presentation. And I kind of feel like the bearer of bad news here to some degree. But I just want to talk a little bit about the state of the Integrated Waste Fund in terms of where we are right now with our reserves, which is our investments and our cash on hand and our future obligations. I wanted to provide a snapshot. Last time I mentioned Integrated Waste Fund, the Integrated Waste Fund reserves to you all was back in August of 2022. At that time, we had about $8.9 million in investments in cash on hand, which is what we count as reserves. We'd actually ended FY21 at $11.8 million, so a little less starting out the new fiscal year, FY as of August of 22 at 8.9. At that time, we had about $4.8 million due left on the AmWaste contract. This did not include any fuel surcharges, which left a revised reserve amount of $4.1 million. Of course, we all know about the landfill closure and post-closure liability that remains on the book. At some point, we'll have to pay the piper, so to speak, for that at $16.6 million. So that leaves, as of August of 2022, a deficit of about $12.5 million. Sort of moving down the slide here, where we ended when we closed the books as of Monday for March, we have about $4.1 million in investments in cash on hand, which is, again, our reserves. We actually know what our 2022 reserve number was because we've since closed FY22. We ended that year with $8.6 million. We have about $1.3 million left on the AmWaste contract. This, again, does not include any fuel surcharges. Part of the contract, there is a cap in terms of the fuel. Fuel prices have to be below a certain level, be above a certain level before they'll tack on those fuel surcharges. And so this does not include that. The revised reserve amount, again, $2.8 million, and still not leaving out the landfill post-closure and post-closure cost of $16.6 million. Right now, we're at a $13.8 million deficit for the Integrated Waste Fund. Now, that's forward-looking in terms of the Integrated Waste Fund, in terms of those quick snapshots there. But, really sort of more immediately, I kind of wanted to provide information as far as, what are we looking like in terms of revenues and expenses? And again, providing the information for FY22, we ended that year with about close to $3.3 million deficit. We had more expenses than revenues that we collected for FY22. For FY23, I'm estimating about a $13.9 million collection in terms of revenues and about $20 million in expenses, which will end this year with another deficit of about $6.1 million. Now, we did program into the budget the cost of the AmWaste contract, so about roughly $4.8 million of this $6.1 million we budgeted, we knew about because we had to pay for the AmWaste contract. But if you take into consideration where we began FY23 with $8.6 million and take into the account the deficit that we'll end the year with, we'll only have about $2.5 million left in integrated waste reserves. GFOA best practices in terms of enterprise funds say that you should have at least about 45 days of working capital. Very close to that, ending at $2.5 million. That working capital number is about $1.8, $1.9 million that we need to have in reserves on hand at all times. And again, that's in accordance with GFOA best practices. So, what that means sort of moving forward, currently at this point, as we move into FY24, we're obviously not going to be able to sustain the AmWaste contract at its current level. Now, what that means, Director Short, the city manager, staff, council will obviously decide, sort of what that means from a service level standpoint. I do know council did approve as you may recall, council did approve a subsidy from the general fund to the integrated waste fund to help cover the cost of the PACE study. So even with programming that into the budget, we'll still only have about $2.5 million in projected reserves for the integrated waste fund.
And so, Mayor and Council, obviously, Councilor Davis, you would not be able to share accolades with Darrell Short were it not for M-Waste. Were it not for M-Waste. And so if we want to continue to be able to please citizens like we've been able to do, then we're gonna need M-Waste, or we need to figure out how to hire CDL drivers. Of course, through the pay plan, we've increased the pay to $21 an hour. I know Metra is picking up, doing better, but they've got the same situation at Metra. They cannot, have not been able to hire CDL drivers. And so, you know, we just wanted to share this with you today, and we'll have to have a follow-up discussion, especially as we go into the budget process. We know that we committed that we would not have an increase in the rate for citizens in the upcoming fiscal year. We said that when we implemented the pay study. We have done an outside independent pay study, excuse me, not pay study, but rate study for integrated waste. We know what we have, but we're not going to bring that forward for implementation in the upcoming budget because we committed that we would not do it as we implemented the pay plan. And but for the fiscal year following the upcoming fiscal year, it has to be a conversation. But one thing that we're clear on is that we cannot sustain what we have. And the one thing that we're clear on is citizens are not going to be happy if we offer less than what we're offering, and that is with M-Waste. And so we will have more discussion, but we kind of wanted to put all the cards on the table and share with you that post-COVID, we are continuing to struggle, not just in public safety, but we're continuing to struggle in this government with hiring people even after the pay study. We're struggling at Public Works, we're struggling at Metro, we're struggling in finance. If we, we could talk about auditors in finance. We're struggling. And so I could go on and on and on. And so, but that's the state of integrated waste and where we are. And we are excited, pleased that my garbage and recycling on Friday is collected before 8:30 in the morning. I mean, they are timely. They don't miss a beat. My yard waste, M-Waste, has done an excellent job. They have not missed a beat. In the perfect world, we need to continue with M-Waste. And so we got to figure out how we do it, is my point. And I'll leave it at that, Mayor.
All right, Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. These numbers seem a teeny bit misleading because you're saying that you need 16.6 in the closure for the landfill, thank you. And yet we don't need that today, and we don't need that for maybe another 20 years. And so we have time to build those funds up, correct? Because I was told when we implemented the, I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard day right now. No, when we implemented the recycling, that extended the life of our landfill. And so we have longer period of time to collect the amount of money that we need in order to close the landfill. And yet up here, you're saying that we
Well,
have
that's-
14 point, it's on the previous slide, we have, you know, 16.6 million is what we need, but we don't have that.
Well, that's true. I mean, it is a liability on our books in terms of what we need. But again, as I stated previously, that is more so long-term. The more immediate is this slide right here, which shows the $6.1 million deficit that we'll end FY '23 with. So we're talking short-term and long-term. Long-term, we know we'll need the 16.6 million. I'm not sure it's 20 years out. Drell, I know she worked very closely with the consultant to sort of program that into the rate.
So right now, we are at 25 years. However, also understand that closure, post-closure is done in phases of a landfill. It's not that we just close it down at one time and it's done. It's done in phases. So even though we don't need the entire 16.6 tomorrow, there is a portion of it that will be done and will have to be done that will come out of that 16.6, if that makes sense.
And this is another thing that I've asked for several times, and I have not received it yet. And before we make any of these financial decisions that you're setting us up for, I want to see the cost savings to our government because of our use of AmWaste. We don't have salaries, we don't use our trucks. There's a lot of cost savings, and I have never seen that. And I want to see it before I would vote on something like this.
Right, I completely understand that. Just to give you some perspective though, even with the $21 an hour, the new rate that we are, that council approved as part of the pay plan, the value of a person, a full-time employee, at the $21 per hour is just over $56,000. I think there was, in Drell's, John's presentation, they were saying that there were no positions allocated to yard waste, but it should be about 14. If you multiply out the 56,470 by 14, that's right at $790,578. So while we are, theoretically, you could say that we're saving in salary savings because we don't have any employees performing that operation, the cost of the AmWaste contract certainly outweighs the cost savings that we have.
Absolutely, because that's $439,000 a month. And if you had those employees, it's $700,000 for the whole year
With benefits.
with benefits. That's the difference.
But there's also other expenses, you know, there's equipment that we would have to maintain, there, things like that.
Yeah, and the equipment is sitting there on the lot because there are no drivers to drive it. And so, remember, we're short on, Mr. Pittman said mechanics. That helps us because otherwise, Mayor, you know, with fire EMS and everything else, we have been contracting out maintenance because we can't hire mechanics. And there's a difference in changing the oil at the shop using inmates than sending it out to some commercial to change oil.
Right, and
Yeah,
those,
yeah.
that's
And
my
so-
point.
and, well-
There are benefits, yes, we always hear, you know, how much it costs, but there are some benefits to our citizens, obviously, but also to this government, for using AmWaste. And
Well-
so I just wanted, I want to see the whole picture, not just parts.
And we can certainly, we can bring you a real pretty picture. We can bring it to you. Because, you know, and.
I don't
in fact-
necessarily need to see an ugly or a pretty. I want to see the whole picture.
Well, when I.
And there's going to be pretty
Well,
and ugly
yeah,
all mixed
yeah.
in together.
And so when I say pretty, pretty means ugly in this instance.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
Because I'm just saying, if the whole year is $770,000 to pay employees and you're spending $439 a month, in 2 months, you paid AmWaste more than you would pay employees for the whole year. And in 3 months, that includes the mechanics and so we can.
Yeah,
we
that's
can-
what we want to see.
Yeah, and we can bring that to you,
Okay,
certainly.
thank you.
Be happy to. We can bring that.
Counselor Davis.
As city manager, you know for years I've been talking about this, And now that we're having this conversation, it's a great time for everybody to put their thinking caps on again. It's not that hard. We can do it. It's just a matter if we want to do it. But, you know, right now, there's 60,000 people that pay into the Integrated Waste Fund. But we boast of having how many people in our community? At least
207,000.
250, 270,000. And, you know, and we do have somewhat of you can make the case that we do have somewhat of a transient side of our community. But the argument is that everybody in this community touches something
Yes.
at some point in time that goes to these landfills and that we provide the services for. So, you know, as far as revenue is concerned, I think there's a big opportunity where you don't have to sit there and point at the 60,000 people. There's ways that you can spread it across the board to everybody, that everybody can contribute. And I think that argument is solid to a lot of people in our community that everybody should contribute. And there's a way to do it, not just that 60,000. So I really want us to put on our thinking caps again, because if this is the conversation we're having, we need to do it. Instead of doing it the way we've always done it, we're gonna have to find new ways to do it in order to go into the next.
I agree.
Many years to come in order to deal with these kind of things, so.
Absolutely.
I think the Councilor Crabb would point out, knowing real estate, that a lot of those apartments and everything, they're paying for that waste fee because it goes boiled into their rent, just like they pay some for taxes because it goes boiled into the rent. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
And so, Mayor,
Councilor
we'll.
Garrett?
I was gonna mention, as Charmaine mentioned, there are costs that even she's not aware of. When you look at it, since I've been on council, the biggest payouts we have had have been wrecks involving either a bus or a commercial vehicle like a trash truck. And also, if a citizen were to get hit, a private corporation like AmWaste actually has reasonable insurance limits. I mean, if you were to be to run over and have an amputated leg, $500,000 would not come close to making you whole. But the private sector does have insurance, and there's also mechanisms for penalties and contracts, which, you know, we can't do that with our own employees because we'd be basically enforcing it ourselves. But there are just a lot of advantages to privatization that I would encourage it.
Yeah, well, and certainly, Mayor, we endorse privatizing where it makes sense, you know, and so, but we're gonna bring back that discussion, but let me just say, be clear, Councilor Davis, I really appreciate your comments, and I think Drell Short and her team have done an excellent job. We could not have done it without AmWaste, so I have to express appreciation to them. And I think they have it right. We just got to figure out, like you said, Councilor Davis, how to fund it. But I think we've got a good team with AmWaste working with Public Works, and we're getting it done for the citizens. We just got to figure out how to sustain it. So we'll be coming back with more discussion on that. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, Mayor, I've got a pool update from Holly Browder, our Parks and Rec Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager. Here to give our yearly outdoor pool update for the summer. I'll be as brief as possible, but certainly want to entertain questions as I do have a lot of information to share this morning. I always like to go back for those of our public that are watching to give them the history so they kind of know where we've come from. So where our pools began in '99, we transformed from 18 neighborhood pools to more of a regional concept with the outdoor pools that we had as of a few years ago with the 4 outdoor pools. But here you can see what those 18 pools were around the community and across the city of Columbus. But we went to the 4 pools, which were Salmon Road, Rigdon Road, Shirley Winston, and Double Churches in 2002. Each of those were closed within the last 5 or 6 years for all the issues that we've previously discussed. and Double Churches was remodeled in 2010. Also, we brought on the Columbus Aquatic Center, the natatorium that's next door, with our competition pool and our warming pool in 2013, and it is extremely valuable to our community and used very much daily and throughout the year as well. But where are we going for the summer? In the summer, we will have the Double Churches pool open. We will open Saturday, May 27th. This is very similar to how we've done in previous years. And we will close approximately the week before children go back to school. As you know, lifeguards are comprised of our teens that live here in the community and our kids who go to college and typically come back and continue to work for us each summer. As you know, Salmon Road, Rigdon Road, and Shirley Winston are those that we're currently working on, and we will have those reopen in May of 2024. What are our hours this summer going to look like? These are the operating hours. So as I mentioned, we will open May 26th. We'll go through July 30th for Double Churches. And of course, the Aquatic Center is year-round, so that doesn't affect them. So these hours are simply for Double Churches. It's also needs to be mentioned that on the days or the mornings when it looks as though we're closed, we're really not. What we do is we allow the Columbus Aquatic Club, better known as the Columbus Hurricanes. They actually use the outdoor pool for another swim program that they have done for many, many years. So it gives them the opportunity to have two locations in the summer, both the inside and the outside, and to give more kids the opportunity to swim. Just gives us a few more lanes and a few more hours each week. So the kids go out early every morning before we actually open to the public. So we kind of allow everybody to use it. Moving forward, of course, as always, I have to mention we always need lifeguards and continue to need lifeguards. Right now, we need roughly about 25 lifeguards, but we have a lot of applications, but we can always take more. So we always want to mention that we are always looking for lifeguards. If you know someone, please send them to us. We do our own training classes, so they don't have to be certified. Of course, they do have to be able to swim and pass the certifications. But please send them to us because we will take care of training them, certifying them, and take care of all that, which used to be a huge hurdle for many students or many teens and their parents because it was costly. But we'll make sure we take care of them if you can send them to us. Again, what are we looking like for summer? For those of you, the last few years, we have done the Passport to Columbus. We do a summer fun pass. And this was done in lieu of the fact that we had the 3 outdoor pools that were closed. These are the summer partners that we've committed to partner with at this time. And we'll be going ahead and processing the passes to get ready to hand those out as of May 1st. We'll hand those out. As you know, in past years, we've partnered with all of our agencies that are listed as partners. They also are willing to help us hand out passes. So it's a really wide community opportunity for us to partner with a lot of organizations and then give back to the citizens and the kids just as much as we do. And they're always great partners in the fact that they're willing to support us in any way possible. Not only will they have passes available that can be picked up at many of these locations, all of our rec centers, our office, the aquatic center, will be available for people to pick up passes. So it's very easy for families to walk in, get their passes, and be very stress-free. Of course, these are the components that we've had before, from the outdoor pool to the aquatic center. Of course, Metra, the ice rink is just summer fun for kids and trying to keep kids active and kids busy. Talking about future outdoor pools and where we are at this point, of course, SPLOST funding has provided us the opportunity to replace the Salmon Road pool, the Rigdon Park pool, and the Shirley Winston pool. The funding for us did not start being received until May of 2022. At this point, we have completed the selection for the RFP, or the request for proposal. The public input phase, thank you to those of you who were able to join us. We appreciate your input as well as the communities. We were able to hold 3 public forums at the various locations, as well as hosting one at the Columbus Aquatic Center, where we tried to get the swim and youth component as well to give us our information. And we've moved through and into the design phase. And of course, we'll be coming back at a later time for approval, but just to give you an idea at this point of what our conceptual designs look like, this is Shirley Winston Park. To explain, many of the residents, and you're going to see as you look at the pools, they're very, very similar. Maybe not exact, but very, very similar. A lot of the feedback we heard from the community was parents wanted the opportunity to take their kids and do different things. So our goal has been to keep them as similar as possible, but maybe give them different themes and different looks, so kids want to visit different locations, all of which have public transportation access, so anyone would have the means and resources to be able to get there. But all of the pools are gonna have what we would call for lack of a better term, it's like an exercise area for seniors who want to walk backwards, but it's going to be really creative with splash sprays. Sorry, I'm losing the word right this minute. But it's an opportunity for us to get other generations of people in the pool. So it's like a lazy river, if you will. So if you're looking at the design, you'll see there's a round, like almost not quite a figure 8, but a loop on the left side of the pool, and that will be a lazy river type situation where folks can get on a float around. It's very tranquil, it's very calm, but it'll also have pocket areas where people can sit on benches. If they wanted to sit within the water, they can watch their kids, they can watch their grandkids, they can just watch other people, but they also have the opportunity to walk against the current for greater exercise if they want to do that as well. It's also going to be zero depth entry going into the pools. You can see there at the top, that long, wide blue area will be a zero depth entry. One thing that will be different that we're hoping will give a much different look to our pools this time is the trapezoidal. You see the triangular shapes there will be shade. So there'll actually be shade over the pool area, so people will have the opportunity to sit out of the sun if they choose and still be in the water if they're watching their kids play. There'll also be smaller kid features at the entrance to that zero depth entry, really trying to have the whole concept of all ages in these pools. So your youngest of children could play there in like a tot type area, and the older kids can move out into the pool. For example, this is, as I mentioned, Shirley Winston. Shirley Winston will have the slide. You can see at the bottom of the screen there. It's called a run out slide, so it does not actually go into the pool. It actually goes into several inches of water, which slows them down once they come down the slide. They can get out, jump out, and go right back up and go down the slide again. The pool itself is going to have a zip line, so they'll be able to actually zip into the pool, which is kind of cool and kind of fun for kids. And also there'll be other amenities like mounted basketball goals where they can play basketball on the edge of the pool. They can play volleyball in the pool. And then at the very top, you'll see there's little yellow circles. They're kind of hard to see on here, but the little yellow circles that are actually in the blue area of the pool is a water walk area. If you've ever been to pools or you've seen where the kids try to hold on and try to maneuver to walk across the water, they may be lily pads or logs or something of that nature that they can actually walk across and play in the pool on. So really trying to give all ages the opportunity to have something when it comes to the pool. One thing that you will notice also that is different in the concept of this versus our original pools that we had, you'll see those green squares. Those green squares are going to be pavilions. We really want to focus on trying to get larger groups of the community, so family reunions, churches, youth groups, places like that want to come and use the facility. They'll be able to use those. We'll host birthday parties and things of those natures under the pavilions. The other gray squares that you see on here are cabanas. Most parks and facilities such as this now have rental space for cabanas, people who want to have their own private space for their family or loved ones and get out of the sun. We will have those for rental throughout the time that we're open and operating to the public. Is that the only seating space? No. There will also be the addition of the chairs as we've always had. Typically our pools have 100 to 150 of the white summer pool plastic chairs that people can use on a first come first served basis. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for people to be able to use any type of aspect of the pool. But this is Shirley Winston, and it is, like I said, it's slightly different than the others, but also has many of the same features. This is Rigdon. Rigdon is the one pool that will have a slide like the traditional ones they have now. So the slide will go back into the pool. And we did this because it will be like Double Churches. So Double Churches has a slide that actually runs back into the pool. The thought process was that we wanted to have pools of similar styles and types on each end of town, so everybody has opportunities to do different things. But this is just one example of that. This pool in particular, Rigdon, will go back into the pool. And you can kind of see there what it would be the northwest side. There's some lines on the pool, lines in the pool water. Those are what we call floatables. So those will be things that kids can hang on, they can play on, and they're actually anchored to the bottom of the pool. So they don't move per se. They can't move them out of the pool, but they can play on them and have a good time. And we can also take those out. The good thing about it would be we could take those out and we could change the theme of that area of the pool. So we can make it new and fun for kids periodically. Maybe halfway of the summer, we take them out and we switch them from one side of town to the other, or we just switch them out in general, or we just take them out, period. But trying to give kids and give us the opportunity to have interchangeable features, so we're not just always having the same thing. Trying to make it fun and creative for kids to really make it a destination, a visit that's different every time they can kind of come. Again, it has the area for the zero entry, the shade, all of the things that all the other pools have. So there's really no difference, if you will, in this pool, other than the slide is different. So it doesn't have the water walk and it won't have the zip line because we are going into the pool instead. So that's the only difference. And then here's Salmon Road. Salmon Road has the same type slide that Shirley Winston has. So it doesn't go in, feed into the pool. The only difference here is that this pool will not have the zip line that Shirley Winston has. Instead, it will have the floatables where the kids can climb on them instead of the zip line, but it will have the water walk where the kids can walk across the lily pads or whatever floatables in the pool and walk on those. And otherwise, it's exactly the same, more or less. In all of these pools, you can see the fence line there. We have stayed within the same, or tried very hard to stay within the current footprint of the pools, so not really going outside of that. And so that's where you see the fence lines here. We've tried to contain and stay pretty close to what we already had and not make much change. Splash pads, we've all talked about splash pads
Holly,
at length.
Holly.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, on the, I believe it's the Shirley Winston and Salmon Road, there is sort of a loop thing that does not connect to the pool. So I think Rigdon has the slide that goes into the pool.
Yes, Rigdon, this is
On the-
Rigdon, and
okay,
Rigdon will have
Go to
this.
the Shirley Winston slide.
So this is Shirley Winston, and no,
Okay,
it
you
will
see
not.
at the bottom, what is that?
That is the slide, and it's just like the one at Salmon, and no, it will not go into the pool. It is a slide where basically the kids will go and land in water. So it's a run out slide. So at the bottom, instead of dumping into the pool, it'll have a long linear piece of the pool
Where they
slide
slide
that they
down.
just ride out into,
Okay.
a few inches of water, and the water itself will slow them down and stop them
Okay.
at the end, and then they can hop out and get back in. But you'll see it has several loops there.
Yeah.
So they'll have, that's the tubes. If you've seen our current pools, it's very similar to that, but bigger. And so they'll have more opportunity to kind of swirl around, if you will, to go through those
It
slides.
looks fun.
We're excited. I think the kids are gonna be super excited too.
I got a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
Counselor Tucker.
Yeah, that was my question in reference to that slide, off to the side, but it does look fun. And, I've said several times, if I knew that 2017 would be the last time I would have participated in any swimming activities at Shirley B, I would have went every day. But this does look nice, and that was one of the concerns. And I knew, when we had the meeting and we put our little stickies and
Yes.
what we wanted, that the features and amenities could possibly be different, for each pool location. But I do think that this is fair, I
We
think
really
you've done a
wanted to
good job.
stick, Counselor Tucker, to your point. When the citizens came out, everybody, to her point, the way we did the on-site with the public was they got to come up and they got to choose what amenities they would like to see in their community pool. And so each person was allotted so many Post-it notes, they could put it on the picture for what they wanted. And then we compiled all the information from each pool and from the aquatic center when we did it with the kids, and took that information and gave it to the designers. And we said, here you go. This is what our community wants. This is what people are asking for. And this was the result. really wanting to try to give people as much of the amenities that they asked for. Everybody was a little different, but parents in general, we heard a lot of parents say that they wanted their kids to have different opportunities. So like this week, maybe they spent their week at Shirley Winston. Next week, they would take their kids to Salmon Road. But really trying to make the kids have an opportunity to feel like they were going somewhere elsewhere outside of here while they're staying in the city limits, but giving them many opportunities here within Columbus to feel like they were having fun. And the goal for us is to make them as similar as possible, but feel a little different, even though they're all going to have the same amenities. So for us, the biggest part of that is themes and colors. But you can see here in the basics, they're all rudimentary the same. But it's going to be our job to make them all as bright and colorful and as inviting as possible. So that's what they're working on now.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Do you have?
We don't have those yet. We meet bi-weekly. And that was our discussion last week is they're going ahead to send us all the colors. And so that part can be eked out and decided. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm a probably throw somebody's name and if they are listening, they're gonna smile. But Michael Soul Muhammad from Davis Broadcasting said that he will host a pool party when we have the grand opening. So you know how we keep him,
Yes,
his feet to the fire, but he said he will host a pool party for Shirley B.
sounds good.
Okay, Counselor Crabb.
Thank you. This looks great. I wonder if you're taking into the design, you're taking into consideration the ease and cost of maintenance for these pools. I hope we learned from our last set of pools.
Yes. So to a detriment of the designer sometimes, because I have been overarching about the maintenance and the upkeep and really trying to cut costs on what that will look like for us coming back in the years to come. So if you look at the design here, you'll notice it in all three of them. There's a yellow, orangish, beige kind of colored square there at the top. So what we opted to do, rather than to reutilize any of that pump pool area because we had issues with it. So that's where our chemical systems, our control systems that typically would be housed inside that very large building at the top, which is the concession area, the lifeguard area, and also was originally the chemical control pump room. We are now going to move that outside and it's going to have its own space. So everything will be brand new. Because as we mentioned in my last update, we were keeping the actual original pool building. We were trying to save cost, to your point, being very cost effective. There was no reason for us to get rid of those buildings. Do they need a little dressing up? Absolutely. They are 20 plus years old. But there was no reason at their core, the bone structure of them was very good. So why would we tear down something that we could very much save? But the thing about it was at the end of the day, the pumps and everything that were stored in there will be removed. All of that will be disabled. We will then use that space for storage. That's one of the things you never have enough of. I don't know about you guys, but even in your own homes, we never seem to have enough storage. And so we asked to be able to use that existing space rather than build another structure or spend any more money. Let's utilize that in a better way. So we're going to use that for storage. But yes, ma'am, every aspect of these have been vetted several times as to how can we be the most cost efficient, whether it's the chemicals that we're going to use, the chemical systems we're going to use, the placement of the actual design and placement of some of the pieces in the pool, because that determines how many lifeguards we have to have. So we had a long discussion one day about moving about a 4-foot wall, and we spent about 45 minutes talking about moving a 4-foot wall. But for us, it was about making the design more user-friendly, and it was also about where would we place our lifeguards for the safety of the community. So yes, ma'am, we have taken every opportunity to explore how we do it better than we did before. Absolutely.
That's all.
Okay. So I'm going to go through these. That was Rigdon. Salmon. Okay, so splash pad. So as we previously discussed, we wanted to open 2 splash pads this summer, but the issues we continue to have are getting equipment, getting supplies in. So supply chain demand has been a major issue. But we have continued to work on the splash pads, and right now, the last thing we were told from the designers is we could expect to open them in May of 2024. We pushed to try to do it this year, but there was just absolutely no way that they could get it all done. We're evaluating the locations to determine, based on the ones that we presented as part of the splosh, which of those can we bring online the soonest, because those are what we want to do. And we're currently in the design phase for these two facilities. And I say that because I really want you all to have the opportunity to see what we're thinking conceptual design. Because most people in our community, when they think about a splash pad, and I'm not negating or being negative in any way, to the splash pad that we have in the Uptown Woodruff area. It's it's phenomenal. I'm glad the kids have it, but we want to really look at doing something different. So I'm showing you a couple of, these are not the designs we've come up with yet, but these are the kinds of things that we have discussed. So you can see here that it's more than just a pad that has, sprays coming up out of the ground. Yeah, we may have some of those, but we want interactivity. We want kids at all abilities, all levels, all ages to have things to do when they go here. And so this is kind of our idea. So here's conceptual design one. Here's another one, just to give you a little idea. It's got a lot of interactivity. It's got a lot of different types of sprays. So we're really trying to give kids that chance to have different things to do. Also, these would be different from one location to the other. We wouldn't want to go and build 6 cookie cutters of the same exact things when it comes to these. So we really are looking at doing different things, but the biggest charge we gave the designers was we don't just want sprays coming up out of the ground. There's a lot of opportunities for kids to, here's another one, and it's a little more simplistic. But we really, and here's I think the last one, and you can see here, even from like the leaf, the green spray that you can see, and you can, there below it, you see a green, looks like a green leaf. So that is transparent, the top of it's transparent. So when the light hits it, it actually makes colors on the ground below it. So when I say we're being as, as creative as possible, we really are trying to add different features and different creativity and different interesting things to everyone that we build, so that kids will love it just as much as we do. And they'll want to visit each one because they're distinctly different. But here's some actual real-time pictures, so you can see some of those features that were shown maybe on those other conceptual designs. So here's a couple of pools and some of the features that the company we're working with has done. And so this gives you a little bit of an idea of kind of what we're thinking. But really bright, really colorful, really fun, and inviting for kids in the community to use. Really wants them and kind of begs them to come and use it, and that's what our goal is. And that's it. That's all I have for splash pads today.
Okay, a couple of questions. Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. How many splash pads total?
We will have 6.
6?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where these first 2 are going to be yet, or are you still
We
trying
do
to decide?
not. We're working on that right now, but we do not. We're trying to choose some of the space that's maybe easier for us to go ahead, because one of the things I did not mention is that each of our splash pads will need to have a proximity to restrooms for parents and for kids to use the restroom or to be changed out of a wet swimsuit. And so in addition to not only building the splash pads, depending on where we put them, they've also got to have access to a bathroom and a changing space. And so that's part of our decision making because we want to be able to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Tucker.
Yes. Have we had a park master plan update?
Our master plan is current through 2025, I believe. So we are already in the process of working on some of that right now because ours is done typically through our accreditation. And that's where ours is through 2025 right now.
Okay, I know it was some updates for
Yes.
for Carver Park.
Yes.
In particular.
Yes, absolutely. And we are working on that with the contractor right now, but you have not received that back yet. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that's all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, the next 2 should be rather short. We've got a demolition update, Ryan Pruitt, Director of Inspections and Codes. And then we'll follow with Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin in the Civic Center, and Finance Director Angelica Alexander will come on that one. Ms. Pruitt.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members, council. Here to provide an update and answer some questions that came from the last council meeting. Unfortunately, I was unable to be here, but did have a chance to go back and watch and heard some of the questions about the process, how properties end up on the demolition list. and how some of them don't, and just kind of walk through all that. So just kind of want to walk through quickly, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. So the first step in investigating any dilapidated property in the city is to determine which section of the city ordinances we're going to use. We get complaints through 311, we get phone calls, we get emails, we even have people that send us letters with pictures of the homes, just notifying us that, hey, there's an issue in our neighborhood. So when we get those complaints, we dispatch a code enforcement officer to the property, and the first thing they do is determine which category the home falls into. Is it a property maintenance case, which is typically what we associate with some minor violations, or does it need to be a demolition case, which we're all familiar with and is for the properties with some major problems. So the code enforcement officer is the one that makes this initial determination. These cases have different paperwork requirements, different processes, the whole 9 yards. So the code enforcement officer makes that first decision. That decision is reviewed by their supervisor, the code enforcement manager. Then it is also reviewed by myself as the building official. So I'm going to start with the demolition cases, which are the more serious cases, the properties with larger violations. And so in our ordinances, section 8-81.1 paragraph E spells out 11 conditions that make a structure unsafe. And as the building official, it is my job to determine if a structure meets some of these conditions, all of these conditions. And so that's part of what we do each time we go look at a property. I have all of 11 conditions in the presentation. I'm not going to read them all, but I will highlight a couple of them. There's like number 4 is talking about the structural integrity of a structure. Due to the strength and stability, is the structure showing signs of, leaning, those types of things that make us think there's a bigger problem with the structural integrity of it. Is the building clearly unsafe for its use or occupancy? Number 7 is a big one. A lot of times people look at a structure and say, well, it doesn't look too bad, but is it an attractive nuisance to children or vagrants, criminals, other immoral persons looking for somewhere to do illegal acts? And so that's a big call that we get, is there's a house that recently became abandoned. So, and there's people in there already using it that are up to no good. So the first step, again, is to look at those 11 conditions and determine, does the structure meet one of those or multiple of those? If it does, then the next step is to hold a demolition hearing, which is the first process. You hear it a lot when people come up. It's the first process in our first step in our demolition process, where we notify the owner that, hey, we have an issue with your property. We want to have a meeting with you and talk about it and go from there. So it's held with inspections and code staff as the designated agent of the city manager. We notify the property owners via certified mail. And again, this is the time for the owners to dispute that the property should be eligible for demolition. And in the council information, I included a sample letter from one of our recent cases. So you can see the wording that we put in that letter, but basically says the city has identified your property as unsafe, unfit for habitation. Hearing is scheduled at this date and time. Bring proof to why the structure should not be demolished. We get about 10% participation in these demolition hearings. So we get very few people show up to show cause why it should not be demolished, or to provide us their information, provide us their plans, just give us the update of the property. And it's, I encourage, if anybody's listening that has gotten one of these letters recently, it's crucial to participate and come to this hearing. Let the staff know, here's the status of the property. Maybe you just bought it, maybe you just inherited it. Here's what I'm going to do with it, and here's how it's going to move forward. So again, it's about 10% that actually show up to these hearings. Then the next step, which is section 8-83, is to determine if the damage to the property exceeds 50% of the value of the property, of the structure. So again, this is the second box to check. So we said, hey, it's unsafe. The next box to check is the cost to repair the property. So if the value to repair the property is more than 50% of the value of the structure as determined by the tax assessor, then it is eligible for demolition. So if the tax assessor says this structure is worth $100,000, and in our opinion, which again, we use our construction knowledge, our experience to do with the permitting and all of that to estimate the repair value. So if the structure value is $100,000 and we estimate their repairs at $40,000, then the structure needs to be repaired and it will not be on the demolition list. However, if that same $100,000 structure is going to cost more than $50,000 to repair, well, then it's eligible for demolition and we're going to continue the demolition process. So at the hearing, or after the hearing, if nobody participates, the property owner is going to get a second notice, which is also in your packet, which we call the 45-day notice. It's the notice to demolish or repair, which essentially starts the clock for another 45 days that, again, notifies the owner that your property is unfit for habitation, it's unsafe, it needs to be corrected. You have 45 days to accomplish that. Now, we do communicate with them. We do know construction projects take longer than 45 days, but in that initial 45 days needs to be some type of concrete progress to move forward on that piece of property. And then again, demolition cases, so once the 45 days is over, we send them a third notice notifying them that we are bringing your property forward for council consideration. That letter, again, is in the packet. It notifies them of the date and time of the first reading so they can have an opportunity to come before this body to make their case. We also, in that letter, request, again, more documentation to prove that they are making progress. We ask for contracts, we ask for statements of financial capabilities, things like that, just to be able to show us and show council that they're serious about it, that they actually have a plan, to take care of the property. And so when we put together a list for council consideration, we base it on the length of time that it's been on the list, as well as the overall condition of the structure. So if a structure's the worst one we've seen, we're trying to get those to this body within a year and a half. If a structure, still meets all the qualifications, maybe the owner's participating in the process, those are going to be a little bit longer than that short time period. Is there any questions, just kind of generally, and I know I ran through that very quickly, but just kind of about the demolition process in general?
Yes, Counselor Kogel.
So you addressed everything in chapter 8, but can you address how that applies to chapter 9 under the historic homes, like specifically in the Liberty District? I saw that you had that 931 or 951 or whatever number it was up on there. But, and at what the role of BHAR and Historic Columbus play in that?
So chapter 9, that's in the Unified Development Ordinance that talks about the historic preservation, and which is a different section than this chapter 8. So it gets a little confusing with the numbers, but the historic preservation, so with the demolition cases, BHAR, does not, we have in the past gone and informed them that, hey, we plan on taking this property to council for their approval. But since we're getting council approval to demolish the property, then we don't need BHAR approval to demolish the property.
So, I guess the big thing that I have a struggle with is that BHAR is required by our citizens to follow our own ordinance to, if they want to demo a fence, they have to go to BHAR to get approval, but the city does not have to follow its own ordinance in presenting any of these houses towards BHAR, even as a courtesy, like the 2 houses that were demoed, that has some significant history behind them in the Liberty District. And now we're talking about the Elizabeth Canty House, which is also a historical monument. When we're talking about the Liberty District and preserving, if you look at our old motto of the city, preserving history has, whatever. Progress has preserved. You know, I'm really struggling with what the agenda of the Liberty District is and why we wouldn't want to preserve some significant structures within the Liberty District, whether, you know, whether they're moved or restored or brought to BHAR. I know the Porter structure was demolished a little while ago. That would have been an outstanding park or farmer's market or what have you. It just seems like we're trying to wipe out the entire history and not preserve those buildings. But I guess the main point is that if BHAR is there for our citizens to follow, why does the city not have to follow the same rules?
Well, and I can defer to the city attorney about city-owned property, which I know you mentioned the two properties recently demolished near the mall, Rainey House. Those were city-owned properties, so that wasn't part of any demolition case or anything like that for those two.
But even if BHAR can, you know, go out to the other people and offer the chance to move those houses, it's just going forward. It's just a shame to see us just wipe out history. If we're so, you know, if we're so passionate about stories and teaching our youth what our past was and where we've come from, then why are we pushing to just erase it? Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Counselor Hughley. Mr. Hughley.
Well, and I think, Ryan, our goal is to have the property owner
Fix it up.
to take responsibility for his or her own property. That's the first thing.
Sure.
I mean, we cannot allow a dilapidated property that's a safety and health hazard remain when we don't own it, someone else owns it, and they're not willing to invest in it.
Well, how can we do a better job then of preventing us from getting to that point of no return? There's, I mean, we have to enforce our own codes.
And that's a good question. And I take the property that I think you referenced at 6th and 8th. I mean, I think many were concerned how we played as kids. We'd go into a structure like that and, you know, the entire
The
interior.
houses were still full of stuff.
Pardon?
Said the houses still had
No,
like.
no, I'm talking about at 6th and 8th. I
Yeah.
thought you referenced. Yeah, the brick wall, and you're talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about the
the
house.
two
Yeah,
houses.
sorry,
Yeah.
wrong property.
And, but at any rate, there, again, now, we purchased the two houses that you referenced, but those houses should have been on the demolition list if they weren't, because they were terrible.
Right, they were not, and we did have cases on them, but they hadn't risen to that level yet.
But you had cases on them. But it's, you know, but I was referencing the 6th and 8th property, and I think the property owner lived in Atlanta, would not respond to certified mail, would not do anything, and just ignored us. But when it got to council, that person showed up from Atlanta, didn't they?
They never did. They said they were going to, but they never did.
You know, and so, yeah, we need to figure out how to get property owners to take responsibility for their property and not leave it next door to your house and my house and other, you know, that.
How many dollars of liens do we have out right now?
I mean, I could get that number for you, but I guess the point,
I mean, I
you know,
think it's
I used to hear
upwards of
Evelyn
almost
Turner
$3
Pugh.
million.
I used to hear Evelyn Turner Pugh talk all the time about those houses being next to, someone lives next door. I mean, she was a stickler. And people actually live next door to, I could take you to, and Ryan, when we went up Veterans Parkway and over on 4th Street, and 1 street over, people actually live next door to all of that. I mean, if you go up there right now, because you haven't, I don't think those properties have not gotten to this point. But if you go up, not Veterans, but Second Avenue to Manchester, turn right, and then take the next first right and just drive down that street and see what you see.
Oh, I've been down there,
I think that's your district.
Mhm.
It's terrible.
part of it.
It's terrible. And people actually live next door to these properties.
I guess my biggest concern is just, I would like to see us interact with BHR and the historic Columbus a little bit more when we're talking about historic houses in the future. And at least extend the invitation to talk about them
Yeah.
in the future, rather than erasing that
You could
history.
put it as one of the steps, just notify them,
Yeah.
just put them on notice that this is ongoing, so then they'll know to contact us if they want to intervene.
Right.
But I think, yeah, listen, there's no perfect scenario for this, because there's some, we've always taken the approach, we'd much rather see them resurrected than torn
Sure.
down.
I'm not discounting the blight that's around Columbus whatsoever. And I think there's a time and a place for demolition, but when we're talking about the history of Columbus, or we're talking about history of specific areas, I think it's important for the past, present, and future to know where they came from and where they're going. And I just think it's a shame that our first response is just to tear down those houses so that we can build something new.
But that's not our first response.
No, well, I mean, I understand the steps that you go through to make those, to reach out to those people, but I just think that we need to afford those two entities some chances.
I agree.
Counselor Davis?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm gonna try to be quick here. It just seems like, we get a lot of these matters, and there's other categories to this, demolitions, and then you talk about cleaning lawns and weeds and things, all that kind of stuff. There's other categories to it, but I do know the list is getting to be close to a mile long. And, we need, I think we need to start asking the questions, kind of like getting to the end of the fork road, like Yogi Berra always says, when you get to the end of the fork road, you take it. So, I mean, you question, there's a burden to the taxpayers here. I mean, we're spending a lot of money, and I'm not sure if when you look at the list, I know we've tried to utilize some creative ways, like the amnesty deal that we did today and things like that, but, it just seems like we've got to have a better system of process or prioritizing these kind of things, and somehow getting these property owners to be more responsible and liable. And we talk about this all the time, but I do know that list is getting long. And Mayor, maybe we ought just to put a mayor's commission for weed committee together or something like that, to take a look at it. And that may be the thing, is to engage some of our community partners to maybe look at this in depth and give us some ideas of how we can move forward, because it's a lot of money, and we never even talk about what we're collecting. I have no clue of what we're bringing back in. I know the money we're spending because we're approving that, but I don't know the money we're bringing in, and it's just sitting there, and we keep doing it over and over and over and over, and you know the definition of over and over and over.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Mayor, maybe that's a way to the mayor's commission on weeds to try to figure this thing, demolition and weeds, to maybe get some ideas from the community.
Well, I mean, we laugh, but there may be an opportunity to we put some significant money towards demolition to try to get rid of blight. We maybe for 1 year to divert some, and we get more aggressive on some of the problem with the weeds and stuff. Once you take care of it, within 3 months, it's right back like it was. And, the only option is a distasteful option of going after the owners and going after them really, really hard. So, Counselor Thomas?
Mr. Pruitt, there's a lot on the corner of 29th Street and 10th Avenue, one block off Hamilton Road, where the house on that corner burned. And they have taken the top floor off, but the rest of it has been sitting there. That fire was at least a month ago. Tell me how we deal with those kinds of issues as it relates to demolition. Is there something that we can do to make that owner, and if I remember correctly, that owner lives in Texas, clear off that lot, or we clear it off and charge him? Would you speak to the difference in those two?
Yes, so with burn properties, which we do get a lot, and of course, there's a lot that goes in. So we do work with the fire department, and we get, notice that, hey, there was a structure fire and some of it's left. So if the structure is still standing and usable, then it would turn into a demolition case, which means we're gonna send the owner the first letter and get the process started. So we do try to give, the first 30, 60, 90 days for the owners to get a plan together with their insurance and at least make contact with them to find out what their initial plan is. But if the structure's still intact for the most part, then it would become a demolition case. Now, if the structure's completely burned down and is a pile of rubble, we consider that a solid waste case, which means we can send them a 10-day letter and move a lot quicker on those properties than the ones that the structure is still standing.
Well, to my non-professional eyes, this house cannot be repaired. I mean, when you can stand on 10th Avenue and see all the way through the house with the burns and all that kind of stuff. Yes. So, as I said, it's corner of 10th Avenue and 29th Street. If you could check it out, I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Counselor Cogle?
Just to circle back around, for the 931 Fifth Avenue, would you be willing to have a conversation with BHAR and Historic Columbus for bringing that back?
Yes, we could certainly do that. And I was gonna go through some specifics on that home as well, because I know that's kind of what generated some of the discussion.
That's it?
Yeah. So real briefly on 931 Fifth Avenue, I know we've been talking about it. So again, my job as the building official is to deem when a structure meets one of those conditions in 8-81.1. So again, in my opinion, it meets paragraphs 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and therefore it is unsafe. And then the other box is the repair cost going to exceed 50% of the value of the structure. According to the tax assessor, the value of the structure's a little over $5,700, so it's pretty clear that the value to repair it is going to exceed 50% of the value. And so that's why that particular structure is on the demolition list. And then real briefly, I'll just touch on the property maintenance. So if
But I think we need to resolve the Fifth Avenue property. Do we want to treat this property differently than we've treated other properties is the question. Because we need to, because we're prepared to move forward.
Yeah, I would recommend it undermine the whole process if you start setting a new precedent. Counselor Crabb?
I understand the process that we have on right now. But I do think that maybe we should readdress some issues, some parts of our process that we have. And maybe we do set a new precedent by if they are historic, if they have a historic value, because, that's what the historic BHAR does all the time. I would say that 0.0001% of the buildings that they restore would have been on your list because their value was less than what the tax assessor would say. But it's more than just their physical value, it's their historic value. They're willing to spend that money to restore these homes. And a lot of people may be willing to spend a lot more than what their value is at the time in order to restore them because of their historic value. And so I really do think that that is a fair point that we should be taking into consideration on some of these homes. I mean, we have destroyed some history in the Liberty District, and I know that that is an area of town that we want to do some revitalization. And I mean, we're tearing out some of the reasons why we wanted to revitalize it. And we just took over the Liberty Theater for, I mean, have you considered that being on your list? Because we're gonna be spending a lot of money on the Liberty Theater. And if in its current condition, what is its real value? You know, so that's just an example of what I'm saying, that we did kind of set a precedent with the Liberty Theater and what we're doing with the Liberty Theater. And I think what we're doing to the Liberty Theater is the right thing to do. I'm just saying, let's take that situation and apply it to some of these houses that are on this list.
You know, and some would say, unless it's next door to my property, you know. But we will do whatever you want us to do. We just need some direction, but I can say it will be setting a precedent. And there are others who could come and say, well, you treated them differently than you treated my property. And so it's a matter of, so if we want to create, we want to revise how we deal with, you know, the lawyer is here, it should probably be through a process where there's a first reading, a second reading, everybody get to address and vet it out, and then that's what you do going forward. You know, if we stop in this moment in time and do it differently for this property than we've done for previous properties, there could be a question in my mind, you know. But you tell us, because that property is there and we need to know what you want us to do. And so, because you voted, it went through second read, it's on the list, you need to tell us what you want us to do.
Yeah, and I think that's the end question is, what do you do with it? Because if it doesn't get fixed when you give them time the first time and there's not anything really done, we've seen it, I mean, throughout the years, people have sat around this table, and then some people will throw some money at it, and they just threw the money away because they don't do enough of an improvement to really get the work done. And I think regrettably, we've had a couple of other properties that are in the historic district that we have taken down, and we did not, I don't know that we treated those folks the same way. Counselor Davis?
Yeah, you asked a question, Mr. City Manager. My recommendation would be probably, I mean, in reviewing the pictures and all, I think the concern was on the inside of the house, which I mean, that could be subjective, but, you know, what's consistent, and look, yes, there's been somewhat of a consistency in how we do things, and we usually, at the end of the day, let you kind of walk these matters through, but you're asking us, I just, you know, it looks like there's progress. I think that it is has some historical relevance. I think that there's a possibility of making something happen there. My mind tells me, as long as the building's secure, that it's secure. If the inside of the building is the problem, then make sure the outside is secure. That the concern would be somebody going in and getting hurt. As long as it's secure, I think we've treated other matters that have been on the demo list exactly like that. So with the intent to give it a little more time to try to recover the value of the property. So that you're asking me, I think that's what you're asking us. So that's my response.
So you just want us to
Move it to the end of the list.
Counselor Kogle?
I just think going forward, we need to treat houses with historic value. I mean, we can say that we're setting precedence with something, but if we keep doing the same thing, it's just like banging your head against the walls, if we're just gonna keep doing the same thing. So at some point, we need to make a step. Yeah, we need to adjust our way of thinking a little. If we're talking about historic houses, I think that they need to be dealt with a little bit differently, or at least, like I said again before, at least have a conversation with BHAR and with Historic Columbus on what can be done to save that historic value. And if there's nothing that can be done, then there's nothing that can be done, and we move forward on that. So that's what I would like to see you do, is just treat the historic.
Well, we'll certainly do that.
Okay.
I think, Ryan, you've heard the direction.
Right.
And so let's, with BHAR, what historical architectural review. I know, right? So, and certainly we'll include, we need to amend our process to include that. But in terms of this one,
Well, I think it starts with this one. I mean, I don't think that you can start with the next one. Like, we've got one sitting right in front of our face. So why can we not start with this one?
then is that the direction?
So I would like to start with this one, is what I'm saying.
Don't take it off the demo list, but just put it at the back. There's houses in front of this one.
Right.
So this is just not one of the highest priority houses.
Okay, you want to put it at the end of the list?
Yes.
Okay.
Deal with it.
Well, we can put it at the end of the list.
I mean, if you put it at the end of the list and then, well, yeah, actually, how many houses are before that? Hundreds?
So there's currently, last time I checked, there was approximately 80 that is on our demo
No.
list.
That they are.
I mean, 81
that
would
has
be just
that
fine.
have been approved for demolition?
No, that
No,
we are.
that's what we're talking about, on the end of the list that they have
Right.
in this group. How many is on
We
that
brought
list?
forward 7 properties in January for approval, including this one, and I think 4 out of the 7 have already been.
So that's how close you are. They've got 3 more, and this one is on the list.
So if we delay it to,
Yeah.
I'm a little confused of,
Well, staff is saying it's been on the list since
Like
2017.
on the
Of
next.
course, we know that,
But on the next, if we put it on the next group of lists, it just needs to have a conversation, like I said, with BHAR and Historic Columbus, and if they can give a reason why it shouldn't be on the demo list, then I guess we can pull it off then.
I just
So-
need direction, Mayor.
Yeah, no,
if
it
you
just
all would
needs,
tell us.
just need a process. I mean, I think if you want to remove it from the list, you'd make a motion to remove it from the list. If you want to, I mean,
Or delay it further?
well, I mean, whatever the pleasure of council is.
I'll make a motion to pull it off the list then.
All right, there's a motion and a second to pull it off the demo list. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
I can always go back on.
Any opposed? Okay. Oh, you're opposed,
I'm opposed to pulling it.
okay, all right, I didn't hear anybody. So is anybody, who is in favor, raise your right hand.
It's in favor of pulling it.
Of pulling it, yeah.
There's pulling.
For in favor of pulling it. All those opposed, raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
What's the motion?
The motion was to remove it from the demo list, and it was a second. So all those in favor of removing it from the demolition list, please raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All opposed to removing it, raise your hand. All right, it'll be pulled off.
So Mayor, we will pull it from the demolition list, and we will not be bringing it back.
That I would
And
say
so it'll
that's
just,
what your instructions were.
it'll be there.
Okay. Counselor Tucker, you still, I mean,
No, I was just gonna say, the first photo that we saw, it was really close. And really on me. I feel like, you know, that was her district, and I kind of left it to Counselor Coggle to make the decision. But if I would have known that it had some historical, you know, some significance behind it, and I would have went out there to actually see the location, I probably wouldn't have voted to put it on there, because we just had a meeting. I can't remember. It was something, I think it was on Broad. Was it on Broad? What was the one where they was talking about picking up a home and bringing it down to the historic district, and we met with the one lady. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we're really trying to work on, you know, kind of retaining some of the history, and we're doing so much in the Liberty District, and, you know, and I know you know the city manager, when we go out and we do different tours outside of the state, like when we was in Asheville, and you see how they rebuild and, you know, just really bring the vibrance back. I really think that we can capitalize on just kind of restoring these homes, instead of, especially when it has some history, you know, behind it. And I didn't even know it was Elizabeth Canty's home. I would have felt very terrible if we would have, you know, pulled that house down with the history. And just with us doing Juneteenth, we actually did the Black Heritage Trail, and we went to see the Mulroney House, and we went to different places. I think we can do something to spotlight this home and to kind of bring it up. And I do know that we got to work with the property owner on it, but I just think we do have to think about our history. That is, you know, one of the things that we've been pushing is, like, where was your Black Wall Street, you know, in your communities? The Liberty District was the Black Wall Street in Columbus, Georgia. And we got to do a better job with, you know, bringing back some livelihood in that area. So we do.
So, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor,
We've got a couple others. Mr. City Attorney, you had a comment?
Yeah, I did. I think now that you've pulled that off the list, I think going forward, you just need to look at your policy. And for instance, the UDO says a certificate of appropriateness must be obtained from the board prior to demolition or relocation of a building, structure, work of art located on a historic property or within a historic district. Do you want that policy to apply to the city going forward? If so, you can make it clear by a simple amendment to this, or at least do it administratively now that you've done it today. So those are my suggestions. You can think about a possible amendment to make that clear going forward.
So, is that the amendment
What?
you're suggesting?
No, that's in the code now. But the city, you know, if you want to make it a policy that something on the city demolition list or coming up for that list, you'll notify BHAR so they can be involved from the get-go. And then it's clear that you're not going to take it down without a certificate from them.
Well,
It's a policy decision for council.
I think, to me, just telling them about it and starting the conversation, let them engage with the owner, because the problem is you're at a stalemate if the owner refuses to do anything. And then if BHAR just refuses to let you take it down, now you're stuck with this thing decaying.
Yeah.
well, and Mayor, I hear you, City Attorney, but based on the vote that you just took, I'm uncomfortable bringing any historic property to you for demolition. You just, you know, for a property that's been on the list since 2017 and historic, and there's been no effort, you just took it off the list. So how can he bring another historic property in here for you to consider demo?
But you need to keep bringing them, and then let this council make a determination on, it's their vote that will decide.
And you can notify BHAR, and they can give you their comments during the process.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Barnes, hang on, let me get down there to you. There you go.
And into the same situation not too long ago on 8th Street. And I think sometimes we put the cart before the horse on some things. At the following meeting, after I asked for a delay, because there was a lady here who belonged to some historical organization, I don't know if you recall that, and she spoke up. And we gave them time, I think we gave them till the following month, for them to get some traction in the community on it, because there are a lot of historical, in Winton, there's a lot of historical places, and so I think that if we try to just brainstorm a little bit, because to your point, you're right on this issue, because it puts him in somewhat of a tenuous situation, Ryan. I think what we need to do is try to do some brainstorming here to see if we have historians, we have a number of historians here, but organizations that could bring us a list. If a house comes up that has some historical significance, give them ample enough time to interface with them and with Ryan, and if it's feasible, financially feasible to preserve them, then do it. The one that was torn down, it was really historically significant as far as the black community is concerned. But to your point, you were right, because it was dangerous. And we gave them, I think we gave them, it was a month and a half. And because I had called, and there was no traction, so correctly we tore it down. So if we can come up with something like that, then that's the fix to me. Because there are a lot of buildings throughout Columbus that are historically significant, that are in disrepair.
Right.
And I agree, it is a crime, because once they're torn down, that's it. So I think that we can come together and brainstorm and find out, go out into the community, or maybe run something to find out if there are historical societies, organizations throughout Columbus, and structures that are historically significant. So I don't want to hamstring, to your point, Ryan, who's doing his job.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you start setting a precedent, next thing you know, you're going to be caught in a quagmire. And so, to this present situation, I think we need to, I'm comfortable with it, but I think we need to start thinking about coming up with a fix for this here, because there are historical structures throughout Columbus.
Okay. Thank
Mayor,
you, sir.
can I make one more comment on that? When you look further down at the bottom of the section on the Board of Historic Architectural Review, it says, "The board, BHAR, along with the Planning Division and Inspections and Code, shall monitor the condition of historic properties and existing buildings in historic districts to determine if they are being allowed to deteriorate by neglect." And they may all agree, BHAR and Mr. Pruitt's office, that something needs repair, and if it's not done, then it's gonna be enforced. So, but they all need to be involved along the way according to the ordinance, the way it's written now. They need to communicate and just let BHAR be involved in the process.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, it's off the list, and we'll continue to bring historic properties in the future as has been requested.
Yeah.
But I must say that
That's noted.
yeah, it's concerning. You have anything else?
I just had two more brief slides to talk about our other type of case, which is a property maintenance case. So these are cases that do not rise to that demolition level. We enforced the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code, some common violations, some rotten fascia board, broken windows, leaking roof. This is also the code and the process we use for landlord-tenant issues. So if a landlord has not made repairs, the tenant can call us. We'll go do an inspection and make sure that that property maintenance code is followed. So again, we send mail. We can also hand deliver these notices, or we can post them on the property for 24 hours, notifying the landlord of an issue. It includes a reasonable amount of time to repair the violations, up to 90 days. And then if the repairs aren't made, we have other additional enforcement actions. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ryan.
The final update is the Civic Center. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin. The Finance Director is going to actually handle that.
Hello again. I apologize for the delay there. So the Civic Center update here, we do have Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin here as the interim Civic Center Director because Civic Center is here pursuant to Ordinance 13-39 that says if a department or elected official, if there's anticipation that they'll exceed their appropriated budget, this council has to appropriate additional funding. And so the request today for the Civic Center is related to the hockey. The events, we're having more events related to hockey. And there is additional funding that we'll need to carry us through to June related to the hockey budget. And we anticipate $300,000 is what's needed in terms of expenses that we'll have through June. And of course, this will be supported by revenue that we receive from ticket sales, sale of merchandise, and other things that are for sale during the event. And if you have any other questions related to it, of course, Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin is here to answer any questions.
So basically, they have more events, which will be expenses, but they have more revenue to cover those expenses.
Yes. And we did need a motion and a vote by council to exceed the budgeted appropriations.
All right.
By $300,000, yes, sir.
There was a motion made and a second. Any discussion? I'm sorry. The motion was to approve the request to allow the Civic Center to exceed their budget by the $300,000 as just mentioned. There's a motion and a second to do so. There was no discussion, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Well, and Mayor, I did say that that was a final, but I do want Deputy City Manager Hodge to give a verbal update on ARP, just on the state process and the change.
So good afternoon. This is just a quick update on the ARP. We did reach out to the state. We're working with the state. This has to do with the small business grant program that we have with the state. They have signed off on the amendment. So we are working through the execution of the agreements. The agreements will need to be amended. So we're working through that process. And as soon as we do, we'll be able to get the small business grant program up and running. But based on direction from council at the last meeting, we did send an email on March 30th to all of those who have submitted application or are somewhere in the process to notify them that there's been a delay in the process and that we'll get that started again. So all businesses have been contacted through the ARP grant program to notify them of this delay.
And so for those watching by television, you said with the state, just in 3 sentences or 4 sentences, why are we being held up, or why did we stop processing, so that people out there who have ARP grants that we've said, okay, will know why?
Sure. So we had put our guidelines together when we applied for this additional funding through the state's ARP program of $4 million. We sent our guidelines to the state. They accepted our guidelines, which included a reimbursement period from July 1 of 2020 through June 30 of 2022. That's the right date. And so when we had been processing those grant applications, we had paid out $713,000 and had submitted that to the state for reimbursement. At that time is when they declined the reimbursement, saying that we were outside of the agreement. And so we have been having discussions with the state for quite a while on that agreement and the guidelines that they explicitly approved as part of that process. And so we are now in the process of amending the information so that the state will accept our reimbursement requests. And So we wanted to not issue any additional checks using city dollars for reimbursement until we could get the information clarified with the state. So we are working through that process with them, and very hopeful that we'll get that resolved sooner rather than later so that we can ramp back up and get the rest of the grants process that we have received to date. So.
But they finally agreed that they did sign off on the guidelines we submitted.
Yes.
And so now we are processing based on the approved guidelines that they initially said yes to. Then they came and said, no, and so we're just working through it. And if we had proceeded beyond the 700,000 and let's say spent the 4 million, they could have said, no, we're not going to amend. And then the city is on the hook for $4 million that
Okay.
we can't get reimbursed.
Counselor Tucker, you have a question?
Yes, thank you for the update. This is actually in reference to the second half of the ARPA dollars. Are we gonna bring at least the project for the, was it prosperity or poverty reduction? Can we, bring that back, during the next council meeting?
I have a meeting scheduled with them for Friday. We are working through the requirements of the agreement that we'll have with them, and then once we have gotten the agreement in place, we'll be bringing that back to council. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to walk through. There are requirements that they will have to meet related to ARP, and so we want to walk through all those requirements with them this Friday, and if everything's in agreement, we'll be bringing that to council at the next meeting or a future meeting.
All right, thank you. And I know the mayor and I think the city manager is working on the summer youth, jobs. And that's
Summer youth employment.
summer youth employment, and that's coming out of ARP funds too, right?
Some of that came, yes,
Yes, some
from
of it is.
the first tranche, some of that came out of that, so.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
And Mayor, that concludes my agenda today.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, item number 1, this is an honorary designation application that was submitted by Becky Summerlin, the Department of Parks and Recreation, to name the Cooper Creek Tennis Center clubhouse in honor of Mr. Rick Gordon.
All right, motion second to refer to the Board of Honor. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That passes.
Item number 2 is an email correspondence from Attorney Jack Sly. He's advising that the Hospital Authority of Columbus has selected Mr. Charles Heck III to succeed Ms. Susan McKnight. This would need council's confirmation.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We could have asked him, I think we.
Item 3 are minutes of various boards.
Motion second to receive the minutes. Any that anybody would like pulled or edited? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved.
Mr. Mayor, I do have an add-on resolution to excuse Counselor Bruce Huff from today's meeting.
Motion is second to excuse Counselor Huff from the meeting. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Anybody opposed? That's approved.
Next, we have board appointments. We have the mayor's appointment. We have the Civic Center Advisory Board, Mr. Jed G. Harris Jr. He's not eligible to serve another term of office.
I'll get some by the next meeting, 25th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. The Corporate Extension Advisory Board, Ms. Sandra Hawthorne was nominated to fill the unexpired term of Ms. Margaret Higdon.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Hawthorne. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? She's approved.
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. The Building Authority of Columbus, we have the seat of Leela Carr and Vincent Allen. The seats are open for nominations. We have the Columbus Aquatics Commission, the seat of David Helmick and Bruce Samuels.
All right.
Yes. And we will bring this back for confirmation. I'm sorry, for the seat of David Helmick. We'll bring this back for confirmation at the next meeting. For the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters Circle, we have the seat of Sarah Ann Arcelia that is open for nominations. Corporate Extension Advisory Board, the seat of Helen Williams. This seat is open for nominations. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have had a request to go into executive session, but before we do, I was gonna allow, just walk out. If he's still out there. Yeah, I'll follow up with Sergeant Malone on his case and ask them for a little update on his request for the GBI, and I'll also send an email to our DA, and we'll ask them to reach out directly to him. I don't think it'd be appropriate for us to get in the communication line there, so. All right, well, there was a request to go into executive session of the city attorney to talk about real estate acquisition and disposal and potential litigation. Potential and pending, okay. All right, I'll need a motion. Motion second. Any opposition? All in favor say aye. All right, we are in executive session. We'll need to clear the courtroom, or the council chambers. All right, we are back in regular session. We went into executive session to discuss real estate, both acquisition and disposal, as well as potential and pending litigation. No votes were taken. Motion second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned.